Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the first MindBreak Magic cEDH tournament. I am your host, Daniel Darity, and thank you, everyone, for being here, showing out. And if you're watching live or if you're watching any past broadcasts, we appreciate you being here. Today we have 28 players here for our first cEDH tournament here at Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia, and we're very excited to bring you guys some awesome tournament coverage. Right now we have our feature match area standing by, so we'll go ahead and roll over to them, make sure they know they can get started, and then we'll start getting you all of our games. For our games today, we have, it looks like Marcus in first seat, Nathaniel in second seat, Chris in third seat, and Caleb in fourth seat. Now, our first seat looks like it will be in your top left, so that's the first seat in this matchup today that we're bringing to you. And we'll get you some deck list information here, but we want to make sure that all of our players are ready to go. They resolve their mulligans. We're ready to start this game. We appreciate everybody coming out and tuning in to our MindBreak events. We only have one microphone today. It's just the microphone in the booth. We appreciate everybody coming out to our first event. We're incredibly grateful for this play space that Tricky's Cards and Games has allowed us to have today. We have our L1 Judge Joel here for this event, making sure that everything runs smoothly. And we put a lot of work in over the last few days to make sure that everything is ready to go for this stream. So we hope you guys are excited. We hope you guys have a good time as we can start talking about some of these decks here. Looks like in your fourth seat we have cEDH from Caleb here. And your third seat we have, looks like a Timna and Crom. Little altar there, but we got a Timna Crom going on for Chris in the bottom right. Looks like on a mold of 5. In your top right, Nathaniel, who looks to be on Dargo Timna, commonly known Dardu. So Nathaniel will be on that. Looks like another mulligan to 5. And then in your top right, your seat 1 is a Thras Roger List. So we'll see how this shakes out with all of our players. Looks like the only person that is resolving a mulligan here is your fourth seat in the bottom left. Looks like everybody has the rest of their starting hands together. If the microphone is too loud or too quiet, just let me know. I can turn it up for sure. We haven't been able to test the stream out in terms of audio quality. We've just been made sure that this has been working, but we're excited to bring it to you. If there's any problems with the stream, please let us know. We'll get that fixed as soon as possible. Looks like we're finishing our mulligan resolution from our fourth seat player Caleb on cEDH. And let's talk about the list. Let's talk about the cEDH. In a world where people are turboing cEDH, mid-ranging cEDH, there's a lot of things you can do with this 5-color commander that for Wilbur can search a legendary permanent. We have our player right here on a nice Planeswalker build with Dahada, Tyvar, and Teferi, which is not necessarily a correct answer, as there's a lot of people doing a lot of things these days with the cEDH list, but a few key features, we have the Spider Woman that artifacts and creatures enter tapped. We have Deadpool, and of course the new card for cEDH, Tam, Mindful First Year, 2 mana, 2/2, but each other creature you control has hexproof from each of its colors, and it can target a creature to give it all 5 colors. Okay, I have a pop filter on right now, so it might just not be super great. As we get to our turn 1 here, it looks like we have, I think that's a Taiga, looks like a Taiga, and then into a Green Sun for a Dryad Arbor from our seat 1 player, Roger Thras. Our seat 2, Dargo Timna, is going to play a Shocked Blood Crypt into Greedy Freebooter, that when it dies you scry 1, make a treasure. Our seat 3 player Chris is going to go ahead and search up with, I believe that's a, testing my card knowledge on Expedition lands. They're so hard to read. Let's say Polluted Delta into a Tundra into an Esper Sentinel. And that'll be the turn from them. Yeah, we're not having a player mic today. If that's something that we're able to do in the future, but right now we just got the mic in the booth, so we'll just have to pay extra close attention here and make sure our players know to sort of be a little extra animated with their pointings and all their dealings here. As our cEDH plays a scrub land with a Mox Amber and a pass. Down there in seat 4, they'll create 1 full turn cycle. As we now go to turn 2, our seat 1 player, again, Roger Thrasios. Looks like a volcanic island's going to come down for them, and we'll see where that goes. 2 creatures, 3 lands. A lot of stuff they can get here. Looks like we're just going to go ahead and get Thrasios out there. Nice 1/3/4 mana activate ability to scry 1, reveal the top card. If it's a land, put it into play tapped, and then otherwise draw a card. So solid start for a seat 1 player. No crazy turbo going on around here, but just a nice respectful game of Magic, although this Dargo Timna deck might want to switch up that expectation here as we see a draw on the turn 2 in our top right. Simian Spirit Guide will be the exile for a red to play a Soul Ring. And it looks like we have an Esper Sentinel trigger. Bang, draw from our seat 3 player Chris. And that looks to be maybe a Culling of the Week. Taking the Greedy Freebooter out. We'll have to take a better look at what that card is here. I do believe that is Culling of the Week, so we'll have 4 black mana, a Scry trigger, and a treasure were made off of the Greedy Freebooter sacrifice. And here's 5 mana, and I spoke too soon. I did say we weren't having any turbo right at the moment. Well, just another turn later for our seat 2, top right, Dargo Timna. We have ad nauseum. So we'll have to see if this resolves as the table goes around and talks about. This deck is a pretty lean, mean ad nauseum machine around here. Not boasting a whole lot of spells even at the 3 mana slot. We have a handful of 3s and 4s, Simian Spirit Guide among them, as we have seen. But there is an issue here, as we do have the ability to flip Peer, which is a 7 mana spell. As we start the flips, we see a Wheel of Fortune, Mana Vault, that's going to continue ticking down the life total of our seat 2 player, who is currently in their main phase. Necropotence, Deadpool, card that will switch tech boxes with another creature. Bergie, Esper Sentinel, down to 22 life they go. Vexing Bobble, down to 21. Chromatic Star, filter for mana, draw a card, and that might be where we stop here. Nope, we're going to keep going. Let's keep. Ooh, that's a big hit. Bolas Citadel, 6 mana. Is a huge hit. Now we see a land finally. Now we see that Dustmourn card. Ancient Tomb among them, Badlands. Fetch land, Arid Mesa, Ragavan. The Dustmourn card, by the way, is the Jolly Balloon Man, which is a key part of this player's preferred combo line for this Dargo Timna list, as we're at 8 mana. Let's see, Hope of Girapor here. Correction, not 8 mana, 8 life, but Hope of Girapor will put us down to 7 with 2 mana floating. Here's a Badlands. No land for turn played by this player yet. A Gemstone Caverns, a Chrome Mox. A Professional Facebreaker at 3 mana puts our player down to 4 life. Do they venture further? I would suggest probably not. This has been such an early ad nauseum, and it looks to be shaping up for a very, very quick game here, as there are just so many pieces here, as I think that does break the ad nauseum, and our top right Dargo Timna player will stop there. Can we see a turn 2 win from our player? Well, we have a Jolly Balloon Man, we have a Deadpool that can probably be exiled to Chrome Mox if I were to take a guess, because it's not doing a whole lot right here unless you want to make infinite mana somehow and be able to copy the Thrasios, which I can't imagine is the case here, although they certainly can make a bunch of mana. Again, a handful of rocks in the hand, Mana Vault Chrome Mox among them. We have a couple of lands in there, including, I believe, one of the duels and one of the fetches to get Plateau. The one duel I did see was Scrubland that I remember seeing. And it will be a Badlands, and here comes down a Chrome Mox. Esper Sentinel was pointed to, but should not trigger, as we've already cast the Culling the Weak here to sacrifice for 4 mana. There are definitely some ways that this player can put a lot down on the board. I'm not exactly sure. I think we're just deciding with the Chrome Mox resolution, the imprint trigger on the stack here. So our C2 player is just going to take a second and go through their hands. So let's look at a couple of heavy hitters here. Professional Facebreaker among them. Necropotence was also one. Looks like Necropotence will be the exile underneath the Chrome Mox, making just black. I don't know if that was a sign for a pass a turn, but I can't imagine that that would be the case here. We still have 2, 3, 4 mana. This is the first game. Thank you for tuning in. We are here, game 1. We are in turn 2. The top right corner is your seat 2 player, Nathaniel on Dargo Timna, and they started off this turn with a Culling the Weak into ad nauseum. So here we go now. We'll use one of the floating black mana into a Mana Vault. Now this Dargo is looking scary. And we're going to make 3 colorless with the Mana Vault, so potentially a Dargo coming down now. We do have a lot of ways in order to continue pushing this game forward. Here's 2 mana plus 1. That'll be Bergie on the front end. So now anything played will net an additional 1 mana after the fact. You still have to pay the cost. The Bergie trigger does not go until something has been casted. So hopefully our players certainly understand. It looks like we might be taking into account Storm or something along those lines. Just making sure that everything's been played so that all of our players understand what's going on here in this game. We have a Bergie come down, so we have at least a Vexing Bauble that can filter colorless into a red. Ragavan can definitely do it. That'll just filter itself. So here's your Chromatic Star. That's actually a big boon. I did forget they flipped Chromatic Star. So Chromatic Star will filter that colorless into a red, be able to crack that red into another color, potentially. Okay, we'll go red for Vexing Bauble back into a red, so we're net 0 still. So 1 floating mana with a treasure and a Chrome Mox available. That's 3 mana. There's an ability to be filtered with the Chromatic Star here. Vexing Bauble can be cracked to draw a card, but I don't recall any to the top tutors from that ad nauseum. Hope of Girapor, so another pseudo silence effect. Sacrifice, and then until the next player, your next turn, target player who is dealt damage by Hope cannot cast non-creature spells Also a Ragavan. So we're just putting out 1 mana cards. It looks like potentially our Seat 2 Dargo Tymna player could be pushing the win here with just what he's thrown out. So here comes a Mana Vault. Let's remember that Dargo is 6 in a red for a 7/5, but he costs 2 less to cast for each creature and or artifact that is sacrificed along the way. So here goes Star. Here goes Vault. And some mana put into it for the red off the Badlands. So we'll have to see what the play here is now for this Dargo. Not too much on-board presence outside of the Burgie, but still an ability to do a whole lot of things. There is still Treasure 1 and Chrome Box available for our player here. And looks like only a handful of cards in hand. Might be deciding what to key. Might be trying to pass the turn here if they do not think that there is a whole lot they can do. But there is a good amount of stuff here still ready to work. Although the Hope-A-Gear Report and the Ragavan do not have haste, and neither does Dargo. So no attacks will be able to land this turn. And it looks like we will be going to the cleanup step. No discard to Burgie, that will be the backside. So a handful of lands, Bolas Citadel, and looks like we will lose the 1 in the pool. So 2 mana with the treasure and the Chrome Mox up. And we will see how the rest of our players will respond. Now, I'm not going to lie and say that's an easy board state to win the game from or lose the game from, but I will say that 4 life is not a lot. You know, one misstep here can really change the course of the game. Certainly. Now it looks like our Seat 3 player in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, after a long and explosive turn from our top right Seat 2 player, Dargo Tymna, our Tymna Crom player in the bottom right hand corner of your screen will take their turn, they'll play a land, they'll fetch. Looks like they'll bring out a Badlands, and we'll see how this turn is going to go. The explosiveness of Dargo Tymna is certainly a long documented play pattern that a lot of people have been pushing themselves towards in the era of mid-range or turbo being sort of the default options for a lot of people. Our players that do choose to play Dargo Tymna do get the ability to go fast with a lot of silence effects, a lot of mana effects, and a lot of things to do when creatures or artifacts hit the graveyard. Unfortunately, our Seat 2 player was not quite as lucky as he would have liked to be, as our Seat 3 player will play a Badlands off the fetch into a Soul Ring into a Mana Vault and pass the turn over to our Seat 4 player in cEDH, who will just play a Mountain Doom and pass the turn. Mountain Doom is an important card for cEDH, but here at this moment doesn't do a whole lot. Looks like only 2 or 3 cards left in the hand of our Seat 4 player, so pretty brutal mulligan for them, as I am very confident saying that our Seat 1 player on Roger Thrasios did in fact keep a full grip of 7. So let's see what plays are made here. We have a Volcanic Island. Okay, it's like Volcanic Island, Taiga, and Tropical Island was the play for turn. So we got 3 creatures, 4 lands, 2 commanders. Let's see where this is going to go. So back here on our turn 3, at our MindBreak Magic cEDH event here at Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia. We're sitting here waiting for our Seat 1 player on their first turn 3, the first turn 3 of the entire game here. We'll continue to see maybe how they can push, maybe not wanting to let the board get back to our Dargo Timna player, but not a lot of attacks able to come in. I would be impressed if that was the case here. A lot of blockers on the board of our Dargo Timna. No Crom to be cast by our Seat 3 player Timna Crom. And it looks like Kinnan. I think that's Final Fantasy Art Kinnan. As that will come in to play for 2 mana. Here's 2 from, well, I guess it's a land permanent, so that'll be 1. 2. I think the player might have made a mistake here with the amount of mana tapped on the Dryad Arbor, so we'll see if we can't get that fixed here. Unless I am wrong, but we'll definitely have someone go take a look. So we got a lot of things going on here. Alright, so we're going to get that talked about here hopefully before anything gets too far gone. But we can always fix things as long as we have the board state represented correctly. But I think the intention was here to play the Kinnan and cast the Enduring Innocence. That just doesn't work out quite correctly here. I think it would have to be Enduring Innocence first if our players would be able, would want to cast the Kinnan still. Yes, it would have to be Enduring Innocence first, and then on to Kinnan, and then 2 mana, so not being able to resolve the Tezzeret here. So a big swing in what is able to be happening here. So we're just going to back that up and make sure all of our players are aware of what's going on. But as we talk about our feature match area here at MindBreak Magic cEDH tournament hosted at Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia, we appreciate everybody being here on stream in person. It's our first large event that we've put on ourselves, so we do appreciate the large amount of support that we've been having. And if you're here either on the live stream or post in coverage later, we do appreciate everything that's happened with our players. We appreciate everyone showing out. We appreciate you letting us know what you think, as our chat is pointing out I made a mistake on Enduring Innocence for Enduring Vitality. That's true. That is a skill issue by me. So our players here will, looks like they're going to back the board up. Looks like they're shaking the table a little bit. Our judge is in there right now, adjudicating that. But let's talk about some of these deck lists here. Let's talk about, again, our Seat 1, Roger Thrasios, as you saw, trying to go for what was going on with the Tezzeret, and trying to abuse that line a little bit. And a couple of good 1-drops here. 1 or 0 drop is pretty much everything that's in this list for artifacts. You have some heaters like Candelabra, Springleaf Drum, Manival, Expedition Map, Soul Ring, but you also got your usual classics: Chrome Mox, Lotus Petal Mox, Amber Mox, Diamond will be pretty standard to see. So we're definitely through all of that, as looks like we have the cannon back on the stack, as our judge has been walking around adjudicating games and making sure that all the board states are nice and clean, as we once again have that happening here. So we're going to make sure post Kinnan we can understand how the board state is going to progress. So there's already a handful of cards here that we do know is in the hand of our seat 1 Thrasios Roger player. We have the Tezzeret, we have the Enduring Vitality. And it looks like it'll just be a pass of the turn to our seat 2 Dargo player. Dargo Timna here. And it looks like Hopa Girapor probably, let's say, looks like T&K, Timna Krom, and Ragavan over to Sisay will reveal a Swords to Plowshares while making a treasure for our Dargo Timna player. The ability at instant speed to sacrifice Hope of Girapor will neuter our seat 3 player's ability to cast non-creature spells until our Dargo Timna player's next turn. And it looks like that will just happen now. We'll go ahead and put that ability on the stack now. See how that goes. So looks like a silence on the stack here from the Scrubland. Esper Sentinel will trigger. I think it's pretty fair to assume that the Hopa Girapor trigger has already resolved, as there was not a whole lot going on. So a silence to the board, and our Dargo Timna player is going to be able to take free reign with their ability to manipulate the deck in their favor with their large amounts of artifact and creature abuse here with Dargo. Looks like we're just making some mana 2 from the Soul Ring to 3 red, or correction, 3 black from our lands plus Chrome Mox, and looks like it will be Beseech the Mirror, sacrificing Vexing Bauble. Well, that's a pretty good play. We already have a silence on top of the table, making a red for the Berkey. That's 2 red, 1 from the silence, 1 from the Berkey. And it looks like we're going for the game ender here. So we'll have to see. Looks like a Ruthless Technomancer is the bid from our Dargo Timna player. Whenever it enters, you may sacrifice another creature you control. If you do create the number of tokens equal to that creature's power, which will eat Dargo. We'll continue to recast Dargo, making good amount of treasures. And we'll just have to see what our Dargo Timna player decides is the ability to keep this loop going and to be able to win here. We do have the Jolly Balloon Man in hand from the Ad Nauseam reveal. So that is a creature that has haste and has an activated ability of tap. So 3 mana left, plus the 1 for the activated ability. There is the ability to do that. And here comes Dargo, part 2. So we're going to go ahead and put Dargo back into play. And a 1 red off of the Berkey. Berkey does not care about non-creature spells. Berkey cares about spells. Looks like Deadpool text box copy. That's also a card that we knew that our C2 player had in hand. Again, same 4 mana, so doesn't change too much of the math here. So we're going to Deadpool copy the Technomancer, make a bunch of treasures for Dargo, and Dargo's power being 7, so 7 treasures there. We're going to continue sacrificing treasures and creatures to recast the Dargo, put Dargo out. We're going to make another mana with the Burgi. Well, it looks like we're going to use some amount of mana from Burgi to be able to cast a Dargo here. And it looks like we're going to keep recurring the Reckless Technomancer with its activated ability of 2 and a black, sacrifice X artifacts, return target creature card with power X or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. That ability is stapled on top of Deadpool. It will go grab the original Ruthless Technomancer in the graveyard once they sacrifice 2 artifacts to continue to loop there, make some infinite mana here and there, and it looks like they're going to be drained out with Marionette Apprentice was the shown win con. Whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into the graveyard from battlefield, each opponent loses 1. So, good game. Shocked that it was able to go around the table. Our Seat 2 player Dargo Timna being able to convert at 4 life there, pushing a very heavy turn. I believe that was a turn 2 win, because our Seat 1 player was turn 3 when they got kind of instructed by the judge on how to resolve the board state there. So everything did shape up. We hope you enjoyed that exciting match. Again, that was round 1, fully complete. Our Dargo Timna player in the top right hand of your corner of your screen, Nathaniel on Dargo Timna, has taken this game down. So it's a full 5 points to them again today. If you are not aware of our point structure, we are having a cut to top 10, so we're a point-based system as per usual. So we'll be having 5 points for the winner, 1 point for any draw, and it will be a top 10 with the first and second seed out of Swiss being able to claim the first and second seat in the finals, guaranteeing their place and hopefully enabling them in order to be able to win the game. So it's a very big deal to win all of your games. As you just saw, our Dargo Timna player very handedly win the game there. Even a pass across the turn cycle was not enough to stop them because they went so early in the turn cycle, in the turn order of the game, in order to be able to try to win. So right here we're going to take a pause, a break in the action, and we will come back to you when we have more things to say. Maybe we'll have some player interviews here, or we'll be able to just come back live for round 2 coverage. But we thank everyone for showing up here physically at Tricky's Cards and Games. We thank you everyone for being in the stream. So just stay tuned. We'll put on the logo page. We'll put on it's just a waiting page while we have the rest of round 1 finish up. We appreciate everyone being here, showing out Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia. So please check them out. They were able to give us this great space to be able to show our cEDH tournament, and we will be back with our round 2 coverage. So please stay tuned, and thank you for being here. Welcome back, everybody, to our first MindBreak Magic cEDH event here at Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia. And today, we will be continuing this event with our round two. I am your commentator, Daniel Darity, and I appreciate all of you being here again at Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia. And today we have our round two, table two pod for our feature match. So let's go ahead and get into that. Talk about the players, talk about all the decks. So right now our players are resolving mulligans and whatnot, and then they will be good to start. Right now we have, looks like our seat one is Sebastian. Let's see, they're on Crom Timna. Sebastian on Crom Timna. Timna Crom T and K Blue Farm, whatever your flavor of that is. Let's see, I believe that'll be in the bottom right for our seat one. Our seat two will be Josh on cEDH. Sort of a mixed cEDH list, it looks like. And that will be in your bottom left. Our top left, our seat three, is Austin. Austin on, looks like Kefka from Final Fantasy. The enters the battlefield or attacks. Each player discards, and you draw a card for each type discarded. And then our seat four, our top right-hand corner, Rao, the blue-red Rao from Modern Horizons 3. That will be Cam. So we'll talk about our players here a little bit. So we are in round two here at Tricky's Cards and Games for a MindBreak cEDH event. Only 3 pod wins last round. One of those was on camera, where our player Nathaniel on Dargo Timna stole the show with a turn 2 ad nauseum into a turn 3 win. Josh here in the bottom left-hand corner, also with 5 points from their win. Again, another kind of middle effect. I know we talked a little bit about cEDH list last time, and our cEDH player this time is going to be on a handful more of Planeswalkers, handful more mid-range lists than some other decks here that would be playing cEDH. So that's our seat 2, Josh. Again, our seat 1 being Blue Farm. Blue Farm, pretty standard Blue Farm for, from all things considered, right? You have your Thoracle win cons, your Lothos, Tarus. We're going to be having Wheels and Breach combos galore, some silence effects, some good counter spells, and some good engines like Smothering Tithe, Rhystic, and Mystic. So just a classic list here that you would expect to see, but from a very phenomenal player that we have. That will be, again, our seat 1. Sebastian drew Cam in the top right corner of your screen, our seat 4 on Rao, Flip Rao from Modern Horizons 3. That player also did draw in round 1. And then we have our third seat, Austin, who also drew in round 1. So we have a pod full of players who were able to convert some amount of points out in round 1. So as our players resolve mulligans, again, let's continue talking about their deck list. So we've already talked about our Blue Farm list, pretty standard. Newest card into this list is, in fact, Hexing Squelcher from Laurel Eclipse. 2 mana, 2/2, can't be countered, ward, pay 2 life, and then gives all of your spells the ability to not be countered, gives all your creatures the ability of ward, pay 2 life. So a lot going on with the new sets coming out. Laurel Eclipse, Final Fantasy, of course, a lot of these cards have become mainstays in this format. Our Josh, seat 2 in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, again on a handful of Planeswalkers. In fact, won our last round with a combination of Nicol Bolas and Saheeli Rai Flicker. in order to win the game there. So the Animatu, Sahili, all that stuff going on. Dahada for the minus to grab some treasures. So a combination of all that was the enabler for the win in our round one for our Sisei player. Again, a lot of cool stuff from the new sets. Spider Woman, the ability to have artifacts and creatures your opponents come in tapped at 2 mana rather than the closest comparison to that being Thalia, Garden of Thraben, or sorry, the other Thalia, Heretic Cathar, at 3 mana. So being a 2 mana option is very important there, along with Flash Thompson, both from the Spider-Man set. So a lot of new cards making an impact inside of this format. Cam here on the Flip Row, red-blue, red on the front, red-blue on the back from Modern Horizons 3. Only playing 11 creatures, but as you would expect, every single one of these are heaters from this manual Storm deck. Is going to want to look to go off as soon as possible. So a lot of great cards here, a lot of wheels, Echo of Eons, Will of the Jeskai, of course, Wheel of Fortune, Time Twister among them, and a handful of kind of some obscure cards, and I'm excited to see if they will end up seeing play. Maybe a Gut Shot here, Demand Answers there, a handful of very cool cards that you don't really see anywhere else inside of the format. And that's how our players will shake out, as it looks like 3 out of 4 of our players are good with their opener. So we're going to go ahead and see if our player is going to bottom, and looks like that will happen, so we'll get started here in just a moment. Alright, looks like we are all ready to start our games here. Again, in round 2 of our MindBreak Magic cEDH event here at Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia. And we thank you all for being a part of it. Everyone here watching on stream or watching post-haste, as well as everybody here physically today. Been a great help. As we see, you start with a Mox Diamond. And that looked like a fetch into an Arcane Signet from our Seat 1 player Sebastian on Blue Farm. So fetch, Underground Sea, Arcane Signet, Mox Diamond, the play. Looks like a starting town from our Seat 2 player as they'll pass the turn, and looks like Shu will be on the other foot. And we'll pass the turn to our Kefka player. And then we got land going here for our Kefka player. Thank you, Fellwar Stone. These cards are a lot of alternate arts here, but as we see, it'll get passed down to our Seat 4 player, our Rao player, who will fetch. And let's see what they want to do here. And they're going to go ahead and pass back to our Seat 1 player. They will pay 2 mana for a Lotho And looks like on the end step, potentially, we'll have a Worldly Tutor, I believe. So, already a good bit of action here at the start of our game. And we're excited to have you guys here. So, Arcane Signet for, looks to be Worldly Tutor. And then we'll have to go to our player's turn where they'll play Misty Rainforest and a Deafening Silence, which will absolutely hose a handful of these players here at the table. Kind of backbreaking for our Ral player. Only a handful of cards in hand though after the mulligan, so that must have been an enlightened tutor in order to go grab that Deafening Silence at the end step of our bottom right hand corner Blue Farm player, Crom Timna. And our back to our bottom left corner, Seat 2 on their second turn, again with the Misty Rainforest. Fetch land into Tundra after the Deafening Silence cast. So only creatures here, but it doesn't matter because a Soul Ring plus white will be a Sisay, as the Lotho will trigger to the right, bottom right hand corner, making a treasure and losing a life for our Seat 1 Blue Farm player, as they'll get passed over to Kefka. We'll have Volcanic Island into Prowess Monk. Get the name of that card. It gives the ability to double the enters the battlefield effects of all wizards. And we'll pass over to our Seat 4, as we'll go land. And pass back over to our Seat 1 player. And we got a lot of mana here going, so let's go ahead and get a Timna out. And it looks like our Ral player does have no creatures. But 2 damage over to the Sisay player, Josh, in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. So there will be a Timna second main phase, post-combat main phase activation. Pay 1 life, draw 1 card. Pay X life, draw X cards for the amount of opponents that were dealt combat damage. Here we go with a Lion's Eye Diamond. That'll be double spell for our Blue Farm player on their own Lotho, Sebastian. And that'll looks like that'll be a pass the turn, as our friend Josh in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen on Sisay will draw for turn. We'll play a Volcanic Island. And we'll see what they want to do. A lot of mana up, but not 5 colors just yet. So we'll have to see what they want to go do. How they want to start attacking this board, although only 1 non-creature spell from Deafening Silence does shake that up a lot. Does make it hard for really a majority of these players at the table, although Sebastian in Seat 1 having the advantage of being in Seat 1 as per usual is of all Seat 1s is certainly just as ahead. So we'll have to see how they want to attack that. And it looks like we got an Emil the Blessed on the table for 4. White Soul Ring as our players want to decide, and looks like that will resolve. Here's 2 mana, 1 with the starting town, so they'll lose a life into a Tataru Taru. Second spell for the turn, let's not forget about Lotho. Loco will be triggered. That'll be 3 treasures. And looks like they're going to choose who to draw. Looks like our bottom left-hand corner is trying to talk it out, but it looks like he initially wanted to do top right corner, but in response to that, here's a Fairy Mastermind. Whenever an opponent draws a second card each turn, you draw a card. Bang. So, Fairy Mastermind trigger. Bang. Draw a card, and now there should be 2 tap treasures from Tataru Taru, because both players drew cards not on their turn. Well, I guess that only happens once each turn. Correction. Magic is hard. But that'll be Tataru Taru will get the 1 treasure still, even through that Fairy Mastermind. So it'll be our seat 3 on Kefka. We'll go Bloodstained Mire Pass. Again, still threatening the creature that doubles triggers of the wizards. Kefka being one type of wizard. We'll go to the untap. We'll go to Raoul's turn, and looks like we got a little bit of talk here about what's going on. It looked like they untapped. I could be wrong though. It could still be in our seat 3. So we are just looking at, I think, how to deal with this deafening silence and deal with the 2 players in the bottom half of your screen. Sebastian and Josh. Sebastian on your bottom right, Josh on your bottom left. Blue Farm and Sisse, respectively. And this is the players exchanging a lot of information here, having a great time. That's what we like to do here, as we are, in fact, on our seat 4s. Turn 3. They will play a Arid Mesa. Here's some mana, here's some dice. Let's see what we want to do. Looks like we're leaving 1 floating off of the Soul Ring into a Rao. So there's the creature. We still have not cast a singular non-creature spell, but Rao does give the ability to discount all instants and sorceries by 1 and flip Rao. The flip side of Rao is enabled by tanking the front side of Rao and the ability to flip it when you do win the coin flip, in order to flip it over to the back side and ultimate the back side, revealing the top basically 1 million cards of your library and winning the game. So that seems to be a very good play, but a little bit slow here, a little bit post-haste on the deafening silence. So I know our Rao player Cam is very frustrated, I'm sure, not being able to say anything about the deafening silence, not having the ability to possibly, maybe no counter spells, or maybe just wanting to tank for the right time. So it will go back to our seat 1, so we're first in turn 4. It'll be a Mana Confluence as they will untap. Arcane Signet, Mox Time, Lotho, 1 treasure, Fey Mastermind. A lot of stuff going on this board. Even though you have 2 lands, this player can still be incredibly ahead. No other second cards drawn for turn, post the Tataru Taru from Josh in our bottom left, so the Fey Mastermind has not been able to accrue as much advantage as I'm sure that any player playing that would like, but here's 2 in the air, and that's going to go at Sisse to our bottom left, and a Timna to the Rao. Rao will be very unlikely, or our Rao player will be very unwilling to block with that, is the assumption here. So there's 4 points spread across 2 players, 2-1 and 2-2 coming in, as that will give Timna the ability to gain 2 life, pay 2 life, keeping our seat 1 player, Sebastian, in his first turn 4 on Blue Farm at 35 life, by giving them an extra 2 cards, so that will put them from 4 to 6 cards in hand. No spells have been cast this turn, so Lotho's still at a big 0. No cards drawn outside of the turn after Tataru Taru was played. So 1 treasure tapped over there for Josh. I believe they're talking about the discussion around blocking, around drawing cards, about enabling each other. Our Kefka player has been left in the dust post the deafening silence, as has our Rao player, the top half of the board, struggling with that piece, which has done a lot of work so far in some of these games, and some of the past games as well here for our bottom left-hand player, Josh. And looks like Ral did eat the block. Ral being a 1-3 does not die to a 2-2 Tymna. So only one card and one life lost. So we'll net +1 after the Tymna life link. So 5 cards in hand. First spell for the turn. We're paying 3 mana. We're going to cast a card. We're going to correct our mana, make sure we get it right. 1 damage for the Mana Confluence. Here's a Ranger Captain of Eos. So being able to search for a creature card converted mana cost 1 or 0, and then being able to silence the board off of a triggered ability, or correction, activated ability, but an ability nonetheless is in fact very hard to interact with. That's just more food against the Ral player and the Kefka player here, as I'm sure they are incredibly excited to see a Ranger Captain of Eos hit the board. And it looks like we'll get a tutor. A handful of options for the deck. We got a DRC, Esper Sentinel, Mockingbird, Ragavan, you know, sort of your greatest hits in blue farm at 1 or 0. So we'll have to see what our blue farm player would like to pick up. There's a handful of good pieces here on the board, making your Mockingbird a good judgment, but that looks like a Dragon Rage Chandler. I cannot tell. That text box tells me a lot, though. And looks like it will be a cast. And second spell, Lotho Trigger, will go on the stack. That will resolve. And you know what? Sebastian says he's done here. That is Dragon's Rage Channeler. To be clear to all our folks at home, that full art card, Dragon Rage Channeler, whenever you cast non-creature spells, Surveil 1 and Delirium, it will have +2/+2 flying and must attack each combat. So that will be the end of our blue farm player in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. If you're just joining us, this is round 2. This is seat 2 in the bottom left. Our cEDH player, seat 2, turn 4. It's only the second turn 4 of this game, as we are here hosting our MindBreak Magic cEDH event here at Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia. We appreciate everyone for coming out here physically and being here in the chat, watching our games with us, going through maybe some audio struggles that we got going here, but we appreciate you here nonetheless. We are here to see the competitiveness of our players and the ability to win the game, as they will try to present their way in on this. Our seat 2 player, cEDH, will just untap and pass, which is not a bad spot to be in for them. That's 5 colors, as our Kefka player will use Bloodstained Mire to fetch Undercity Sewers and Surveil 1, and they'll play land. I think that's the Command Tower special art. And looks like a fetch, possibly proceeding to the end step. Wait, I guess the Command Tower was the Pineapple Land. I think that might be Mana Confluence as well, but certainly a lot of colors here. As our top right-hand corner, seat 4 player, Cam, will be fetching. Now, I'm not sure if that's a response to moving phases to the end step or what, but post Mana Confluence play, or Kefka player Austin in the top left-hand corner of your screen is sitting with 5 permanents on the board, 4 of which are land. We have a Command Tower, Undercity Sewers, Volcanic Island, and Mana Confluence, along with the Wizard that doubles the doubles the triggered abilities of Wizards and Shamans you control. So obviously a big boom with Kefka, meaning double ETB plus double attack is pretty brutal, as we'll see a Thundering Falls fetched up from our Ral player off of the Arid Mesa on the instep of our top left-hand corner Kefka player. We'll see a Ral, a Soul Ring, Mana Vault, and looks to probably be a Volcanic Island along with another land. And we got a Thundering Falls. So Thundering Falls Surveil trigger will resolve, and that looks like that'll stay on top. So we'll go ahead and take it over to our 4th seat, the final turn 4 of this turn cycle. Here's 1 mana. Tapped correctly. And it looks like we got the Spider-Man card, discard a card, draw 2, which will be the 1 non-creature spell. There's the Ralph flip. So it looks like that Ralph flip succeeds, and Ralph does not want to flip. No life lost. And looks like we'll bang, draw 2. Romantic Rendezvous, I believe, without looking. It is Romantic Rendezvous. Go me, I'm locked in. Discard a card, draw 2 cards. Sorcery Speed. And looks like second creature played for Rao. A little hard to see. Could be a Stormkiln artist, potentially. So we'll get that figured out for you real quick as the Lotho will trigger. We'll pass on over to our seat 1, bottom right-hand corner of your screen, Blue Farm. And they will draw. They will play Tundra. And we'll see what they get up to. A lot of scary pieces on the board. Felwar Stone, Mox Diamond, Dragon Race Chandler, Lotho, 3 Treasures, Timna, Fey Mastermind, Lion's Eye Diamond, and it looks like we're going to go straight to attacks as the Ranger Captain of Eos. 3/3 will come in, along with the flyer of Fey Mastermind. And we'll see where all that's going when our players put their life totals down. So it looks like we're kind of debating on where the attacks are going, potentially. Maybe debating about doing stuff inside of combat. They're definitely really hard pressed in order to let the Blue Farm player grab 2 more cards. It will cost them 2 more life, I suppose. That will put them at 33 life instead of the current 35 with no Timna attack. No Delirium yet for the Dragon Race Chandler. The DRC, just 2 lands in the graveyard. Fetch land and potentially a City of Brass or a Mana Confluence also in the graveyard there. So land does not mean Delirium. No 4 types, so we'll have to see where this goes. I do agree with our comments that our Sisay player is able to grab something if Blue Farm goes for the breach in order to stop it, maybe an Agathis, but here comes a Gut Shot. We talked about that at the beginning of the match of being a very interesting card for our Rao player. We have a Rao trigger on the stack. And it'll be Gut Shot to, I believe, Fey Mastermind, as that's the only relevant creature with the 1 toughness. So we'll see where this goes. To our players, a Gut Shot certainly dampens the efficiency of our Blue Farm player, but still being able to attack for 3, feeling like you're going to be unblocked, drawing a card is pretty good. So we'll have to see where they go from there. And Stormkiln Artist will trigger, in fact. Cast it or copy the spell. We'll have Treasure. Looks like that Gut Shot will go through. Fey Mastermind will go to the graveyard, and Austin up in the top left will take 3. So lose 1 life from the Ranger Captain of Eos. And it looks like we're going some mana here for a Grand Abolisher. That's a scary sight here with all the cards in hand from our Blue Farm player. You don't really expect a Grand Abolisher pass these days. Nice Eric Deschamps signature there on the Grand Abolisher, as our players will talk about what to do, how they're going to stop this, if they're going to be pushing a win. Now, we don't have access to table talk, as we mentioned earlier, here at MindBreak Magic cEDH events at Tricky's Cards and Games. We don't have a player mic, so we can only imagine what they're talking about, but I would be worried. Again, the ability to find something out. The ability to find something that would be able to grab Breach or grab Savine Reclamation, you know, anything like that would be able to sort of turn this game on its head pretty quickly. I did see a couple of cards in the hand of our Blue Farm player, so we'll have to see what our players want to do here. It looks like from the hand counter spells are going to be the only thing kind of locked in here. The Grand Abolisher will need to. They're pointing to the Deafening Silence here, so potentially that Deafening Silence could stop our players, as Riley up there in the top right cannot, in fact, help this board state if he did have a counterspell. He's already cast his one non-creature spell for the turn, so we're left to 2 players to be able to respond to this. Grand Abolisher probably lands, and we'll see potentially a bounce off of the Deafening Silence. And we'll see where this goes from here, but Grand Abolisher on the table certainly is not the most ideal situation. Looks like 4 or 5 cards in hand, could be 4 cards in hand for a blue farm player here in the bottom right hand corner of our screen. And this is the first turn of turn 5, so as we see all the time, pretty often with our cEDH coverage, either here, any other coverages that you might see a big swing towards the win rate of our seat 1 player. That is something that cannot be overstated, that is definitely a thing. However, we'll see if any of these players have something to stop that. Being able to have the first land drop, the first spells, the first extra mana of our turn 5 is a big boon to our blue farm player here, Sebastian, the bottom right hand corner of your screen, in which we have a Grand Abolisher potentially on the stack. No way to know if it's resolved yet. I think our players are still talking about how to work ourselves through this. There is certainly no way to cast Breach and then continue the line, because Deafening Silence will still exist unless there's a creature-based bounce spell for the enchantment, which is pretty hard to find these days, I will say. Looks like our players are still talking about that. Yeah, definitely a huge threat, being able to either search or just have it raw in hand. Probably expecting a handful of counterspells, but maybe not, because the Deafening Silence does sort of put a damper on the counterspells from our blue farm player. If they counter your spell, you counter them back. You were left open to the third player at the table for a counterspell. You were also not able to cast any more non-creature spells for the rest of the turn. So it really is a double-edged sword, even though they do have 6 untapped, unpunishable mana, plus the 3 from LED. The Lion's Eye Diamond there on the left side of our C1 player's playmat in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. So I think they're just trying to figure out how to tackle this in the most efficient way. Possibly even a bounce of the Deafening Silence. Looks like Josh will pass priority over the Grand Abolisher, and we'll have card. Looks like Tainted Pact to me. We'll have a Tainted Pact. We'll have to see what that is going to get. It's like the mystical archives from Strixhaven. Just gonna have to, that's not the name of card, that's the exile, the top, until you grab a card. Again, that will be the last non-creature spell. Wow, ad nauseum. Straight flip off the top, but we don't really need that here. I'm not really sure what goes and gets the win, because again, already the first non-creature spell from our Kefka player up there in the top left-hand corner of the screen, who's responding to Grand Abolisher on the stack in the bottom right. I'm not sure what goes and saves the game here, as they've already used their non-creature spell through Deafening Silence in the bottom left. But here we have a very complicated stack, and we have a lot of things left to do, a lot of game left to be played, potentially, if there's an ability to stop this Grand Abolisher. As if you're just joining us, you've picked a great time. We are in round 2. We are in turn 5 of our MindBreak Magic cEDH tournament at Tricky's Cards and Games. The bottom left-hand corner of your screen, if you're tracking the stack, is a Grand Abolisher. Up in the top left is a Tainted Pact going off in response to the Grand Abolisher. Now there is also a Deafening Silence in the bottom left, making sure that the top right and top left players, both of our top side players, will not be able to cast non-creature spells the rest of this turn. They have already used theirs. Top right has used a Gut Shot. Top left has used a Tainted Pact. It is all on Josh in the bottom left. Sisse in order to manage how they would like to fight this Grand Abolisher. It's certainly possible. Being able to grab something like an Agatha's only does so much in the face of a Grand Abolisher. So we'll have to see what that unlocks. Well, it looks like it was a pass. Looks like the Grand Abolisher did in fact land, and that was at the end step potentially. That is an untap after the grabbed Underground Sea. So it did look like it went through Josh's turn there in the bottom left, and now it is up to the top left. Our Kefka player on 5 mana after playing the Underground Sea that they just tainted packed for. So here's 5 mana, here's a Kefka. With the double trigger, that will mean our players will discard 2 cards, potentially, and it looks like everyone is okay with that hitting, at least for the moment. Yeah, there's 1, and so let's see how many cards are going to be drawn here. Everybody's kind of got their card. Looks like we got Sticker, Goblin, Feybarrow Elder, unknown card, and land. So 1, 2, and it looks like that'll be 3 for at least creature, land, and another card that is a little difficult to see. But that'll still be 3 cards in the face of our players. Drawn. And then we have second Kefka trigger. So this card, Harmonic Prodigy, says if an ability of a shaman or another wizard you control triggers for that ability in additional time. So that's what we're looking at there from the black and white Modern Horizons 2 card on the board, but it looks like a cEDH activation. We'll go ahead and grab Agatha Soul Cauldron. So we'll have to focus on that for now. Agatha Soul Cauldron will come out. No spell casted, non-creature type from our cEDH players. All of our players are still unlocked under the Deafening Silence. Like maybe Wheel of Fortune, the One Ring, Mental Misstep, 1, 2, 3 cards drawn from our Kefka player. Can't quite tell what that full art is, but doesn't matter now, it's already gone. And looks like that will be the second Kefka trigger here, as our comments are pointing out. Definitely could have been more advantageous for Josh there in order to activate the cEDH. Grab some lines from cEDH plus a meal. So we're kind of just waiting to see what our top left player Austin is going to do in the face of that. Do have Mox Opal played after both Kefka triggers have resolved, which drew 6 cards total across everything. So a net 4 cards for our top left Kefka player, Austin. And that will be the second spell for turns that will trigger Lotho. So if you saw the dice count in the bottom right corner go up, that will be the Lotho trigger from Mox Opal. Potentially a move to the end step, move to cleanup, and we'll discard a card. And it'll be pass of the turn. So here we go on to Cam in the top right hand corner of your screen. This is seat 4. This is the last turn 5 of the turn cycle. And here we go. We'll get 2 mana. And we'll play a card. Awesome. I love looking up cards. Looks like a quiet speculation potentially with the Rao triggers. Ska, Stormkill, and Artist will make a treasure off of the cast. Will benefit one, will lose the other off of the 1 damage from Rao trigger. And Quiet Speculation, I don't think that was the card because it looks like he's looking at the top few cards of his library, so that could have been a stock up. It is hard to see. That did look like stock up amount of cards. Look at the top 5, put 2 in your hand. So there is some amount of cards here. So it could be digging to figure out how we're going to deal with this Grand Abolisher right now. Storm count proceeds to be 1 on our Rao player's turn, with 1 Rao activation succeeding. Correction, Rao trigger succeeding. And Vexing Bauble, maybe I'll just show you a card in my hand for no reason. Potentially, Vexing Bauble is... It's there. It does shut off the Lion's Eye Diamond Breach line, certainly, but in the face of a Ranger Captain of Eos, it is certainly a complicated board state here. We have a Ranger Captain and a Grand Abolisher down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, so a Vexing Bauble is certainly hard-pressed to be able to win the game, but it does stop Lion's Eye Diamond from being cast, because it's a card that cost, that no mana was spent to play. So we'll have to see what our players want to do. With that information here, as that's face up. Looks like 1 mana should still be there for the Soul Ring because no spell was cast post the stock up. And it looks like they're deciding if they want to draw, if they want to think who wants to take the win here, as only one of our players has a win so far. But it looks like, well, there's some stuff on the end step, as our Rao player Cam was going to pass the turn. Looks like we got the Soul Cauldron from the Sisei will activate on itself on the Feyburrow Elder, I believe is the name of that card, but it taps for 1 color of every type you have in play. And it looks like we'll pass over to Sebastian. And it looks like we're going to see how that Grand Abolisher plays out here. I can't imagine that a Grand Abolisher pass is going to lose the game, but you never know. Looks like a Diabolic Intent potentially on the Grand Abolisher as an additional cost, and it looks like that will be the case. Potentially knowing that our players do not have a lot of counter magic in hand, or they would have cast it before, they would have cast it on anything else. Looks like Diabolic Intent will be good to resolve. Additional cost sacrificing that Grand Abolisher. We're going to go get a card. And still a lot of mana to work with here. 4 treasures with the potential 5th on the way after the 2nd card cast on this turn, as Diabolic Intent will be the first card. So potentially 5 treasures plus the Felwar Stone, Mox Diamond, LED, Mana Confluence. So it seems like a pretty good lock here. It seems easy to expect the Breach will be grabbed, Breach will be played. Well, I guess there still has to be an answer for Deafening Silence, so potentially something like an Otawara or something of that nature in order to be able to get rid. Sans Green, being able to bounce that enchantment is a little bit difficult, but Otawara does do that. And then here we go with the Diabolic Intent. Looks like we're all shuffled up, ready to take another game action here. Looks like potentially going to combat. Here we go with the Dragon Rage Channeler. Looks like we do have Delirium online. Instant Sorcery, Land Creature. There's Delirium. +2/+2 flying. Must attack each combat. So here goes 3 down from Josh. Lose 1, pay 1 for the Timna on Sebastian. Post-combat main phase, and we're in main 2. This is round 2 of MindBreak Magic cEDH tournament. If you're just tuning in, looks like We have a very large board state going on, but our first turn of turn 6 in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, Sebastian on Blue Farm, Timna Krom. They've cast a Diabolic Intent on a Grand Abolisher, sacrificing that as an additional cost. Looks like a Rao cast in the post-combat main phase. Looks like getting rid of the Agatha Soul Cauldron. So just a counter left there. Looks like Untimely Malfunction. And Stormkiln Artist will trigger gain the treasure off of the casted card. So we'll see if our Seat 1 player Sebastian is able to do anything about that or wants to do anything about that. It looks like it'll just be a pass the turn, and we'll go back over to Sisse. That's probably what brought out the Untimely Malfunction from our Rao player being at the end step. We'll go over to the draw for the turn, the second turn 6 of this turn cycle. Bottom left-hand corner, Seat 2, Sisse. Grand Abolisher was sacrificed with Diabolic Intent to grab a card in the pre-combat main phase. That led to Dragon Rage Chandler being able to have Delirium and attack for 3, giving a Timna draw for 1 life. And now we're back over to Josh in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Let's see if we can find a way to piece this together. Still, unfortunately, with 4 colored mana, so not quite yet away in order to turn on the Sisse post the Fabro Elder discard and Agatha Exile. So I guess they're sort of talking here about what's going on after the Agathas was destroyed from Untimely Malfunction. Last turn on the end step. Looks like that could have been a pass of the turn. We'll have to see exactly what's going on and what everybody's talking about. Here's a Soul Ring. Here's a Starting Town. Here's an Emil. And we're going to blink. It's like Tataru Taru is the target. 3 mana blinking Tataru Taru. We're going to select a player to draw a card in the main phase. Looks like trigger on the stack. We might have some responses here. See where that goes. See what players want to talk about. Again, giving Josh an additional treasure, although tapped. Card in hand from Sebastian was revealed. We'll have to see if our players want to do anything about that. This is definitely a very interactive game here with a lot of lines, a lot of patience from our players as well, in order to try to pick the best line for what the situation has given them. So it looks like Tataru Taru might get the chance to go off here. I think our players are just continuing to talk about how this Tataru Taru is going to affect the rest of this game. Again, still under the deafening silence, but potentially one of our players has an answer here. So we'll have to see where this goes. Again, I know it's 3 mana is available from Josh, our bottom left-hand corner Sisse player. Now we'll have to figure that out, as looks like they're talking, they're exploding behind me about the table, trying to figure out what's going on here. Oh, a lot of table talk here. Let's talk about how this game got here. Grand Abolisher wheeled around the table, an Untimely Malfunction to the Agatha Soul Cauldron. the deafening silence in play very early on in the game. I think turn 1 or turn 2 is definitely a lot of stuff that's still affecting this game right now, and trying to figure it out. But a draw is not advantageous to all of these players. As we talked about before, all of our players have 1 point with the exception of Sisse in the bottom left, who does have 5 points from a win last round. So we're trying to figure out potentially how to work together to combat what's going on the board state, but also push the win. You know, that's sort of the politic nature of cEDH. Like, you definitely want to have the ability to win the game, but you always want those deals, those politics, that table talk to be sort of in your favor here. And it looks like that's kind of what's going on, as the Taru trigger is still on the stack. Certainly not giving a card to the Kefka, I could imagine, as that Kefka will, if it gets to the turn, will definitely get to attack and trigger twice off of the Harmonic Prodigy. So that's certainly a threat there on the board. So maybe trying to entice the rest of the table to interact with either the Kefka or the Harmonic Prodigy. Interacting with Kefka on a bounce specifically is not the greatest, as the Taru trigger will eventually resolve. That will target Cam in the top right corner of your screen. So Taru will trigger once on this turn and get a tapped treasure for Josh. So I'll have to see potentially how that affects the rest of this game, how this affects potentially Josh or the Kefka player. Again, this Kefka is certainly in a threatening position. Not saying that some of our players aren't. A lot of the players are in threatening positions, but you know, on the turn before Kefka, there's a lot of stuff that can certainly happen here with the Harmonic Prodigy being able to double the double the triggered ability when Kefka goes to attack. We saw Austin in the top left on Kefka draw 6 cards and only discard 2 out of it. So really net 5 off of what they drew that turn. Now it looks like it will pass the turn. That'll be the end of the Sisse turn there. No non-creature spells cast, no spells cast, as Taru just got the blink. But that does open Josh up next turn with all 5 colors, so that is important to note. And here comes a Kefka. In attackers, trigger, one Harmonic Prodigy. Here's 2 cards. We'll start with the first. Bang, bang, trigger. And we'll start with the first, as Josh is sort of deciding what's going to be here. Maybe they're talking about how to stop our Kefka player from drawing as much as possible. And it looks like land, artifact, and artifact, land, artifact, planeswalker. So still 3 types that will be land, artifact, and planeswalker, correction. And second trigger will go on the stack. And we'll see what the second amount of discard draw will be. Kefka is not a small card. 4/5 at 5 mana. And looks like might still be deciding here just a little bit. You know, no reason to be impatient here. And looks like we got all 4 cards ready to go. Vexing Bubble, Fey Mastermind Pact, and the counterspell creature. So that'll be Artifact Creature Instant. Airtie, I believe is the name of the card. Yes, Airtie Resurrected. So that'll be that. 3 more cards. And Austin up there on Kefka is certainly getting his advantage increased every time that Kefka trigger is allowed to go off. That's still 4 damage coming the way of our blue farm player. So I'll have to see how that is resolved and what they would like to. So I have to see where that damage is going, but a lot of unfortunate discards. I mean, Blue Farm having to discard that Pact, Vexing Bauble discarded from Rao. Does shake up the function of this game a lot here. Looks like an Ancient Tomb will be the play. As for 1 mana, we'll get this card. Give me a second. Essence Flux for 1 mana. It will blink the creature and then return it immediately. So, Essence Flux, name of the card. So we're going to potentially see everyone's hand be gone. However, that is the 1 non-creature spell from our Kefka player. So our Kefka player, they have cast their 1 non-creature spell this turn, per the Deafening Silence in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Every other player in the game does have 2 or less cards. So the ability to bounce it, the ability to counterspell the Essence Flux as your 1 non-creature spell, knowing there won't be a counterspell on the way back, is certainly invaluable here, but is it possible? So we'll see everyone's hand gone at the end of all this as we're looking at some graveyards, and some Agatha, some Airtie, with this Essence Flux on the stack. And if I'm Austin, there's a draw offer, I'm saying no thank you. He is light years ahead. This will force our other players that are in threatening positions, our Ral, or Sisay, or Blue Farm, or to just purely draw out of something. And it looks like our Blue Farm player is asking about the graveyards, as more cards are being looked at here. Looks like Cam up there in the top right is probably saying, hey, you guys deal with it. They're certainly talking about it. The Essence Flux here will change the complexity of the game. Again, getting rid of the hand of every other player at the table. No tutors on top, just a lot of card advantage. There's a lot of things to do here from our Kefka player that will certainly enable them, push them over the edge if they're able to win the game. I mean, still, you're looking at 4, 6, 7 mana still untapped, only 2 of it being colorless, 3 of it being of any color, right, with the Command Tower Pineapple, the Mana Confluence Gathering card, and the Mox Opal. But one thing about the Mox Opal is, in fact, not turned on. So, potentially a 7, but currently a 6. So they're trying to figure out how to go about this, how to stop this Essence Flux. I do think that's probably a game, I mean, that's as close to a game winner as you can have, certainly. However, the Sisay player's not in a bad position. And looks like here is a Cyclonic Rift that was flashed on screen earlier, if our attentive viewers caught that. Cyclonic Rift, we'll see what the target is. Target could potentially be Kefka. That wouldn't be great because it does just get recast, but it could be on a Deafening Silence. And we'll have to see about, looks like it will be targeting the Deafening Silence, is what was implied there from the motion of our players. Kefka will have the ability to respond to this, but has already cast their non-creature spell, so if they had a creature that would be able to deal with this, that would be great. But there's only a handful of creatures that are able to interact in this way, and none of them are in Grixis, I don't think. So we'll definitely have to find ourselves unlocking ourselves from Deafening Silence, unlocking all the players from Deafening Silence. It does sound to me in this way that with all the interaction that's here, there's probably not a counterspell at the table. I feel like a counterspell would have been a Snap Keep, a Snap Throw the second Essence Flux was cast. So if I'm the players, I'm thinking maybe they don't have it, and maybe the deafening silence is maybe that ends up being a bigger deal for the Kefka player than it does for any other player at the table, right? With the other players at the table having in clockwise rotation 1, 1, and 2 cards in hand respectively, top right to bottom left. Maybe that deafening silence doesn't do a whole lot here. It is hard to know, but we'll have to see how they go at that. They've discounted the Ranger Captain card. They've discounted the Emil Blink. I'm not sure where that goes. That would be incredibly helpful, but you know, there's definitely more than nothing that has happened here. Oh, it looks like 2 cards left in hand for Sebastian in the bottom right hand corner. Correction, I said 1. So, and it looks like 2 mana in response will be a red elemental blast. So it looks like probably no Cyclonic Rift. It was just being talked about at the table, but we'll have a red elemental blast put on a stack that will get rid of Essence Flux. I think it actually got rid of the Kefka, correction, so the Essence Flux will fizzle. So a lot of things our players could do, but again, a lot of our players here being patient. We do have some time left in the round, 17 overall in the round, and a little bit extra for some of our players in the feature match area here. But if you're just joining us, again, we are in round 2. We are going to the last turn of turn 6, I believe, here at MindBreak Magic cEDH event, hosted at Tricky's Cards and Games. And we've had a big game here. If you're watching live or you're watching after the fact, we appreciate you being here and staying with us, and we appreciate all of our players for coming out to this event. Looks like it will be going over to Raoul's turn. They will draw, they will pass, and on the end step, potentially our Kefka player, top left-hand corner, Austin, will have something to say about the end step. Here's 3 mana. Command Tower, Underground Sea, Volcanic Island. Here's a Strixhaven card. We're shooting a lot. That could potentially even be a Fiery Covenant, although I'm not sure if that was printed with that art. But we're shooting a lot of, we're targeting a lot of creatures here. And our player's talking about it. With the Deafening Silence in play, that will still be fine. All of our players are back unlocked to a non-creature spell. So, Fire Covenant will be back here. And looks like 1,000,000 points of damage. But we're going to be taking out the Lotha, the Ranger Captain, the Timna. I believe I saw Scott and Raoul, Stormkiln Artist and Raoul in the top right being pointed to. So, a huge life pay effect. I wasn't, in fact, tracking what our player was at before going to 19, but it is an additional cost in order to pay the life. So, Fire Covenant on the stack here. Again, if you're just joining us, we're in round 2. On the end step in the top right-hand corner, that's where we're at. Our top left-hand corner player, Kefka, Austin, they are holding priority to cast a Fiery Covenant on almost every single creature on the board. A Fire Covenant here would be disaster for a lot of these players. They spend a lot of time building up their board, building up their advantage, their engine, so to speak. And it is a lot. 16 life paid here. 35 to 19 assists from the comments. And looks like 3 mana for a Sisay Blink off of a meal. Maybe just tapping and floating some mana for some reason. So, or maybe it was a blink on the Sisay to have the Sisay not die to the Fiery Covenant, or Fire Covenant, correction. But there goes Emil. There goes a Ranger Captain, DRC, Lotho. I mean, the board just cleared out. Stormkiln Artist, Ral. The absolute wrath across the board. Timna as well. So that'll be at the end step again on the top right corner. That was at the end step of our Ral player's turn. So now down to the bottom right hand corner of your screen. This will start turn 7 for our players. Underworld Breach, hard cast, hard drawn potentially. Lion's Eye doesn't play. Diabolic Intent in the graveyard. We're trying to decide the best, most effective way, most efficient way here, I guess, to tap for our mana as the Underworld Breach goes on the stack. This is a threatening position. Being able to just recast something outside of some sort of creature and then Diabolic Intent potentially, also with Pact backup also in the graveyard. Here we go. Here's 3 mana. Here's Ranger Captain of Eos. Post the Underworld Breach, which has looked to resolve as we're going to exile 3 cards as an additional cost to cast Ranger Captain of Eos. We go land, land, land. Not a hard question for our Breach user, our Blue Farm player in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, Sebastian on Blue Farm. Ranger Captain will tutor. There's a handful of options still left here in the deck. Looks like Mockingbird's going to be their preferred. Mockingbird will go to hand. There's 4 treasures available and a Lion's Eye Diamond, but let's not forget that was second spell play this turn, so one more spell unlocks MindBreak Trap, which could potentially be in the hands of some of our competitors here. Everyone but the bottom right. Bottom right presenting, going for the win certainly with Underworld Breach. Again, Underworld Breach resolve, recast Ranger Captain of Eos out of the graveyard. So now we have a silence effect in play. We have 7 mana available, a Mockingbird in hand. Mockingbird, I believe, is just able to be played as a Mockingbird. You get 3 mana there for Diabolic Intent, just off of your treasures alone. Being able to find something like a Brain Freeze. Yeah, Mockingbird, in fact, can be used there, so Mockingbird X0. We do need to figure out a way to get rid of this Deafening Silence, though. Non-creature spell has been cast for Underworld Breach, so that does certainly present a problem for these players in order to get around from the Sisay player. So here's 2 mana, here's a Fey Mastermind. Again, non-creature spells, as I've been yapping, I have forgot, non-creature spells are still unable to be cast more than once per turn with the Deafening Silence. So Mockingbird in hand will cast Fey Mastermind from the graveyard. So Fey Mastermind from the graveyard, Mockingbird in hand, potentially another card in hand, potentially an Otawara, if that is possible. Otawara it'd be hard pressed to be using one now, but I guess the option is still on the table in some fashion. Can't cast a Cyclonic Rift. Again, non-creature spell already been cast. Underworld Breach, as our player is certainly presenting the ability to win the game here, but maybe not quite there yet. Maybe just a little bit. Just a little bit off, as we'll go to the end step, and the Underworld Breach goes away. Maybe a Savine's Reclamation in the hand for our Blue Farm player Sebastian, but no time to worry about that. A Mockingbird is the only card that we know about, as in the bottom left-hand corner, Josh on Sisay will go to their turn, second turn of turn 6 here, and we'll play a Tarnished Citadel. Again, if you're just joining us, we're in round 2 at the MindBreak Magic cEDH event here hosted at Tricky's Cards and Games. We appreciate everyone from showing up here, showing out in the comment section. We appreciate all of that. But now we are on to turn 6. We're getting close to some time in the round here. In the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, we have Sisay, so potentially going to a time limit draw. We have Sisay, Tataru, 1 treasure, Arcane Signet, Soul Ring, Deafening Silence, 4 lands for Sisay. lot of action has happened in just 6 turns here, and a lot of time has been taken. A lot of good game actions. A lot of thinking, a lot of thoughtfulness, and a lot of interaction here. As we'll go starting town 1 mana, or correction, 1 damage, Tarnished Citadel 3 damage. We're making 5 colors. It sounds like a cEDH. cEDH activation placed on the stack. Here's 2 mana. 3 mana from the Ancient Tomb for an opposition agent from our Kefka player. That's huge in the face of what could possibly be a win. And the opposition agent is on the stack. 2 cards in hand from our cEDH player. I'm another player here. I'm saying, you guys figure this out. I'll take a draw. Maybe our blue farm player would feel differently. Maybe our Rao would feel differently if they had more than 1 card in hand. But being ravaged from Kefka over the course of the game, double trigger on enters, double triggers on attacks was very brutal, as it looks like opposition agent will resolve. So that will let our Kefka player search, exile a card, have access to that. Opposition agent to play in response to the cEDH activation. Gaia's Cradle was the selected from our opposition agent controlling player Kefka. So Gaia's Cradle will now be exiled and can be played, or it can be cast by opposition agents, so it cannot in fact be played. You may play those cards for land, they may exile, oh correction, you may play them. So Gaia's Cradle can in fact be played by opposition agent. Reading the card explains the card. And here we go, looks like a cEDH attack, potentially. Don't really know a whole lot of other tapping that would be benefited here. It looks like, you know, it took a little jump. But we are where we need to be with going to attackers, and looks like cEDH come in to our Kefka player. There's 3 damage on the board. And we're gonna see it go over to our Kefka player here. All players fighting, scrapping for the win. Expectations high. A top 10 cut, 1st and 2nd seed in Swiss will get 1st and 2nd seed in the finals, guaranteed. No extra game. Here comes a Gaia's Cradle being played. That gives 2 green to our Kefka player as the turn goes over to them and they draw. Opposition agent has found its way onto the board in response to the cEDH activation. That's where we stand. We're counting mana. We're trying to resolve another Kefka, would be my guess. Kefka resolution here would be absolutely brutal, but here's 2 damage, correction, from the Ancient Tomb. Here's a Kefka on the stack. Looks like we're not ready to resolve this yet. Looks like a Cyclonic Rift targeting Harmonic Prodigy. So we'll only get the 1 Kefka trigger right now. Harmonic Prodigy is 2 mana, so it could be able to be recast later. Alright, Kefka will resolve. 1 Kefka trigger. Let's see what's discarded here. Lotus Petal, Mental Misstep, Abrupt Decay, Mox, Diamond. So instant, artifact, artifact. We'll take 2 lands. Here's 2 mana back to Talisman. 1 damage off the Mana Confluence, and we'll pass over Rao. These players playing quick, they know what's at stake. They know a big win means big points for them in the tournament. And a big win does secure you right now. Is that a Mox Opal? That'd be really sad if it was a Chrome Mox, but I don't think it is. Here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Rao, if I can do math correctly. Looks like the Soul Ring was just irrelevant in order to get Rao out there. Not a whole lot going on with a Storm player with a hand of 0. So now we have bottom right hand corner of your screen back to Sebastian. And they will go to untap. Thank you for asking the question. Time at this at our tournament. Time in the round will be one player's turn, the active player, when time in the round happens for everyone. The active player will be able to finish out their turn or 20 minutes, whichever happens first. And then the game will end in a forced draw. So that is the way that it is working here at MindBreak Magic cEDH, here hosted at Tricky's Cards and Games. So we'll have 80-minute timer, 20 minutes of red time, and then a forced draw, or the active player will go to pass their turn, and that will be a forced draw anyways. So we have a lot still left to go. As we got some mana. Can't quite see that card. Looks like Mockingbird. Mockingbird X2, maybe a Ral, because he did point to Cam. But X2 doesn't. It should be X1 if it could be Ral at being 2 mana. Or it could potentially even be second Ranger Captain, correct? That card's not legendary. Oh, I'm not. No search there, so I'm not too sure what that is. Potentially not relevant, based on the way this game is going, with a lot of players just putting a lot of triggers and a lot of win cons on the stack. As that will be the end of Sebastian's turn there in the bottom right. Deafening Silence still in effect. Still only one non-creature spell to be casted every single turn by each player. Our Kefka player tapped out. Our Rao player, no cards in hand. Our Blue Farm player, 1 card in hand. That's the turn cycle. Top left and clockwise, as to say. In the bottom left, we'll pass it back over to Kefka. We're in turn 7. We're in round 2. We're seat 3, turn 7. And looks like at the upkeep of the Kefka player, that Mockingbird that was in fact a Ranger Captain of Eos will flash, or correction, will crack itself for non-creature spell silence. So pseudo silence effect, but looks like in response, here comes a Valley Flood Caller from our Kefka player. So that does, if there's a little more here, you know, some sort of retraction helix effect, this will put a win attempt on the stack, because you got to imagine it's coming. You got to imagine that this is not just a Valley Flood Caller, although the caller is very good, giving your non-creature spells flash. And it looks like our players are going to take their time, figure out how they want to proceed in this game. And it looks like second crack of Ranger Captain on top of the Valley Flood Caller, on top of the Ranger Captain. That will finally get it to resolve. Land for turn. Looks like Arena of Glory. Kefka, attack, trigger. Looks like only 3 players able to discard here. We'll see what they are. And 3 cards are ready to go. Let's see. Harmonic Prodigy. It looks like a Culling the Weak and maybe an Entomb. So it should be 2 instant creature. And the comments, all right, Retraction Helix would not have worked, as the Valley Flood Caller would have had Summoning Sickness, but it didn't matter anyways, as a second Ranger Captain does go on the stack. It looks like our players are calling it a draw here, potentially because of time. I believe time has already ended in the round, so potentially because of time, potentially because of how the board state is going and moving around. So it does look like a draw from our players. That was a very intricate, very experienced, high-level game of Magic, so we hope that everyone back home enjoyed that. But I am your host, Daniel Darity. Thank you for joining MindBreak Magic cEDH tournament here at Tricky's Cards and Games. Again, here in Kathleen, Georgia, this is our first event that we're hosting ourselves, and we're very grateful to Tricky Cards and Games for letting us stream here on their YouTube channel, letting us have the play space in order to be able to host it. And we hope you guys enjoyed all the high-level gameplay that we're getting here. That was very interesting, very fun, very interactive, stack-heavy version of our cEDH game. That was round 2, and we will see you back for round 3 in just a little bit. Should be a short while. We were pretty close to time, so stick around, and thank you for watching. right, I hope everyone is here still with me. We are on our way to round 3 here at Tricky's Cards and Games, presenting MindBreak Magic cEDH tournament. So we will be going to round 3 now. Everyone's just started. Our players are shuffling up, resolving their mulligans, and getting ready for pre-games and the start of the game. Right now we have a handful of players that are at 10 points and feeling pretty comfortable with themselves. We're looking at pod 6 out of 7 today here in our round 3 feature match area. So let's go ahead and get on to the action. And I believe in our bottom left corner is where you're going to find our seat 1 Stella Lee player. Just going to go ahead and pull up the deck list here. Our Stella Lee player will be our seat 1. Looks like keeping a hand of 6. Marilyn up in the top left. Top right, looks like we got some partners. Bottom right, we have Atraxa. So that's the way that our rounds are going to shake out today. We'll have Caden here, Stella Lee combo. You know the drill, Cerulean Wisp effects, stuff like that. Your untap, Stella Lee effects. As our players will go ahead and start the game here. Our Stella Lee player will go Island. Chromox, we're going to pick a card to exile here. And Caden will exile title card. Name escapes me one moment. Title Boar, and that will be the end of the turn. Hakeem. Here on Maryland. That will be a Lotus Petal as the start for the turn. Then we'll have a Flooded Strand Cracked. There's 3 mana, the Crack and the Shock on the Watery Grave. Correction, not 3 mana, 3 life. Let's see what they want to do with this mana. Here's a Lotus Petal, Crack, Wild Growth. Wild Growth and Chance of Land, then sure. We'll get 2 mana. Demonic Tutor. Oh no. Correction. We'll get a second update on what that card is in just a moment. Discarding an additional card. That looks like that'll be the play until we go over to Robert. Robert here in the top right corner of your screen will be on Lucas the Sharpshooter and Will the Wise. Blue Farm colored partner commanders at 2 CMC each. And then seat 4 will be Dustin on Atraxa Grand Unifier. So if you're just joining us, we're at the start of round 3 in our 4-round event, MindBreak Magic cEDH tournament, here hosted at Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia. We appreciate everybody who's still here, sticking around, kicking it with us. And let's see. We'll go a Llanowar Elves and pass. Tutor to the top, Vampire, or correction, Llanowar Elves and pass. We'll pass over to Robert again on the 2 CMC Blue Farm color combination, non-green. And we'll go City of Brass and the Soul Ring, it looks like. And we'll go land. In seat 4, here's a Mox Diamond, discarding a Breeding Pool. And we'll go ahead and fetch now. Let's see what our players get up to. Maryland deck up there in the top left is a sneaky cool commander. It might be one of the most recent ones. It was printed in the Lorwyn Eclipse Commander set, I believe. It's a 2 black, green, blue, 5 mana total for a 4/5 flyer that whenever it or another elf enters, it makes out the top 2 cards of the opponent's library. That's really the effective text box on that creature. As we see, our seat 4 player will go Mystic Remora, not as good as seat 1, but still good. Off of the fetch to a Tropical Island, Mox Diamond tap for Mystic Remora, Tropical Island tapped for a Carpet of Flowers, and we're off to seat number 1. Stella Lee, bottom left-hand corner. Here's a land. Here's cast Stella Lee. We might try to see a turn 3 push, so we'll have to see where that goes. But for right now, it'll be a pass of the turn over a top left player, Hakeem, on Maryland, Fey Ascendant. Here's an, not Eldrazi Displacer, the one that combos with Food Chain. Eternal Scourge. There's Eternal Scourge, there's 3 mana. A lot of hand waving, probably a lot of, I don't know if I can get there, but Eternal Scourge for value, potentially, but we'll pass the turn over to Robert there in the top left, correction, top right corner of the screen. We'll go to Robert. We'll see. And here's 2 mana for a permanent base spell. It's not Ristic. Oh, it is. It might be Ristic. It does look like Ristic to me, in fact, actually. So it looks like a Ristic and pass. From Robert up in the top right, they'll go over to Attraction in the bottom right. Dustin, he will pay for the Mystic Remora and pass. Couple of cards drawn, but Vernic Catacombs will come down to be fetched, much to the chagrin of our Stella Lee player, who will just go Cascade Falls or Cascade Bluffs, the blue-red filter land, and just a pass. So 3 lands and 4 mana total. It'll go up to Hakeem, Maryland player, in the top left corner of your screen. We got a lot of action. Our players are playing quick. They're playing with purpose. We're in turn number 3. Hakeem will go Crop Rotation from the Underground Sea with the Wild Growth. Remora trigger. Unknown if there was a payment for the Ristic study. I did not see Robert draw, so potentially. Crop Rotation on the Marsh Flats. Marsh Flats will leave. We'll see what Marsh Flats will go and get. Marsh Flats is able to, or correction, a Crop Rotation, sacrificing the Marsh Flats, is able to go get a Gaia's Cradle, and that's just what will happen. But we are right here in the thick of the action. A lot of players making a lot of moves, a lot of control pieces on the board, though. Don't forget about that. Don't forget about the Mystic Remora, the Ristic Study, the Carpet of Flowers, enabling our Atraxa player to have more and more mana. However, there's only 1 island in play for 2 players, so that Carpet of Flowers is not going to pick up any more than 1 mana. And here we go. Back over to Robert in the top right-hand corner of your screen. They will play an Arid Mesa. Arid Mesa will fetch. And we have Will the Wise and Lucas the Sharpshooter. Or, correction, yeah, Will the Wise, Lucas the Sharpshooter. Partner commanders with friends forever. As the Arid Mesa is going to see a volcanic island fetched into play. So City of Brass, Volcanic Island, Soul Ring, and a handful of cards in hand. Might feel like a million to the opponents. A lot of stuff there is able to be done. Cannot cast both commanders right now, though, as we might see one come down here. Here's 1 mana for the City of Brass. Here's Lucas the Sharpshooter. 2 mana, 1/3, sacrifice an artifact, deals 1 damage to target creature, and goad that creature. Trying to keep stuff off the board. Maybe a Llanowar Elves. Maybe a Stella Lee with a couple of untaps. But on the end step of our top right hand corner player, Robert, on their end step, we'll see a Verdict Catacombs cracked from our seat 4 bottom right player, Dustin. See what the Verdict Catacombs will go get. Stella Lee is super hard to interact with if you're planning on getting rid of Stella Lee with Lucas, although Llanowar Elves is ripe for the picking. That seems to be the only thing on the board right now that is beneficial once the turn cycle comes back around and Lucas no longer has summoning sickness. But Will the Wise will enable our Lucas Will player in order to get more artifacts in play when that does come down, as Mystic Remora will be paid the 2 age counters here on the last turn of turn 3 in the turn cycle. Dustin, bottom right hand corner of your screen. And if you're just joining us, again, we are in turn number 3. We're in round number 3 here at MindBreak Magic cEDH event in Kathleen, Georgia, hosted at Tricky's Cards and Games. Is the bottom right hand corner player, seat 4, Dustin, will pass after paying the Mystic Remora age counter tax, cumulative upkeep, and playing a Marsh Flats. That will pass on over to Stella Lee in the bottom left hand corner. That's our seat 1. That's turn number 4, the first turn number 4 of this game. Then we'll play a Flooded Strand and pass. We'll go over to Hakeem on Maryland. Maryland looks like a pretty base food chain deck, as last turn our Maryland player Hakeem did play Eternal Scourge just for value, just for free. Hey, let me get this down. Let me just play this card here, for no reason. No need to blow it up, no need to worry about it. I got a free 3/3 that just happens to go infinite with a card that I have. And then a crop rotation into Gaia's Cradle is certainly a lot less appealing to the other players, as it looks like it'll be an untap and a pass from our Maryland player. It'll go over to Robert in the top right corner of your screen. This is seat number 3, turn number 4, as they will play a Stormkiln Artist for 4 mana and 1 life off the City of Brass, and we'll play Stormkiln Artist. Bottom right hand corner of your screen will be seat 4. Again, if you're just joining us, this is round number 3. We're looking at seat number 4, bottom right hand corner. That is Dustin on Atraxa on the end step of the former player above them, who fetched a March Flats on their end step. So we'll go to Dustin's turn, the bottom right hand corner. We'll see 3 mana paid for the age counters, cumulative upkeep on Mystic Remora. Everybody playing very safe, but Dustin dedicated to the cause. He knows that his game can happen a little bit later, and it can be a game changer on Atraxa. We'll recap the players here. On the bottom left-hand corner is seat 1, that's Stella Lee, that is Caden. And the top left, that is Maryland, being played by Hakeem. The top right, that is Will the Wise and Lucas the Sharpshooter, being played by Robert. Bottom right-hand corner of the turn that we are on right now is Dustin on Atraxa Grand Unifier. Here's a land for turn, Savannah. Here's 1 mana. Here's 2 mana from the pre-combat main phase. Here is a Demonic Tutor. Carpet of Flowers on the board, enabling that 1 extra mana. So Demonic Tutor. In response to Demonic Tutor, we have a couple of triggers. Ristic Study will not be paid. Robert, top right, will draw 1. Bottom left, Caden on Stella Lee will fetch the Flooded Strand. We'll go get a, looks like Volcanic Island. And Demonic Tutor looks to be good to resolve, as Dustin in the bottom right hand corner on Atraxa will in fact take his library and start searching. A lot of things can come out here from Dustin off of this Demonic Tutor. Good controlling deck list, but could go get some sort of silence effect potentially. Could go get, just a free win con. Again, food chain, 2 out of 4 of these decks at the table. Both green decks at the table, in fact, playing food chain. So that could be another one on the mind of our players, as bottom left looks like potentially in the end step, our bottom left-hand corner player will cast a Jessica's Will. So I would say this probably not in the end step, likely in the main phase of our seat 1 Stella Lee player, Caden. probably in their main phase, but here comes a Jessica's Will. Looks like 5 might be the max, but here's a wrist stick study, not paying the 1. So Robert will have 6 cards in hand. Oh, maybe 7, maybe 8. And exiling the top 3. Here's a Wheel of Fortune. Here's a Mox Diamond. Here's a Mystic Remora. So Jessica's Will coming down, making 8 mana, exiling 3 cards that can be cast. Mystic Remora, drawing 2 players' cards. 1, 2. Robert and Dustin, both right-hand side players of your screen, will draw a card from the Mystic Remora. Now we'll decide who else gets to have the fish. And it looks like the Stellar Lead trigger will also happen. That's the second spell cast. So it will exile the top card, which happens to be Lion's Eye Diamond. Until end of turn, Stellar Lead player Caden can play that card. I mean, we're already looking at 2/3 of breach combo here. A very tough breach combo, I will say, with Wheel of Fortune, but is one nonetheless. Does only allow certain players to interact at certain times. Again, you can draw them into interaction, but it is certainly difficult once you have the train rolling off the Wheel of Fortune. That is only 6 cards to be able to replicate that effect every time you do it, so it is certainly something that you can chain yourself into, even in order to chain yourself into more protection by yourself. But it's sort of the expectation is having a large initial amount of cards in your graveyard, which our Stellar Lead player does not at the moment. So we'll have to see. Looks like maybe some cards left into exile, as we'll go over to Hakeem's turn. It looks like a Valley Flood Collar. Again, looks to be in the main phase. No, that would have been end step. So Stellar Lead player will go to the end step. Phases will change. Mana will go away. Valley Flood Collar in the end step, giving it the ability to have no summoning sickness, effective haste on the upkeep of our Maryland player Hakeem in the top left corner of your screen. And decisions here. What will we go with? We have the ability to Food Chain with Eternal Scourge. We have the ability to Retraction Helix with that Valley Flood Collar, although that is costly. A lot of stacks effects on the board, or effective stacks effects, taxing effects. Your Ristic Study, your Mystic Remora, a second Mystic Remora. So maybe that's not the play, but we'll just have to see. A Valley Flood Collar was played. Go to the turn, untap, and now decisions for our players. If you're just joining us, we are in round number 3 of our MindBreak Magic cEDH event here, hosted at Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia. We are in turn number 4. Looks like seat number 3. Seat number 3. It'll go over to their turn. A Smothering Tide will be cast after Hakeem on Maryland, top left, will pass the turn. Smothering Tide will be cast. Mystic, draw a card. Bottom half of your screen will each draw a card off of the Smothering Tide. Stormkiln Artist should be making a treasure here. And then previously 8 cards in hands from Robert. I know he drew at least one more card, so could be 9 or 10 cards in hand. Likely have to go to the end step, go to clean up. Discard until 7 cards in hand. It's like a Mox Diamond. Oh, maybe things getting discarded here. Just to be clear, looks like a Mox Diamond, a Diabolic Intent for the discard in the end step. Potentially. just sorting through the hand, trying to create the best 7. I mean, when you draw a bunch of cards off the Ristic Study, you're going to make a bunch of treasures off the Smothering Tithe. You sort of have the ability to leverage your advantage engines in a way that you can just discard cards, even when they're good. Diabolic Content, great card. Tatar, great card, but maybe they are unnecessary at this very moment for our players. And looks like we go to clean up all the cards aforementioned, plus looks like Correlation Relic was discarded. And finally, the Mystic Remora will die on the upkeep, not a 4th counter on it. As Dustin in our 4th seat, bottom right hand corner, Atraxa will draw a card for turn after letting the Mystic Remora die in the upkeep, not paying the cumulative upkeep trigger. And it looks like maybe counting Carpet of Flowers mana. And yep, in fact, counting Carpet of Flowers mana. Targeting Stella Lee for 2. Here's a Smothering Tithe. And a draw card off the Ristic Study and the Mystic Remora trigger. Another card drawn, another treasure made by Robert. We'll say the right side of your screen, 3rd and 4th seat, Robert and Dustin, respectively, are the only 2 players with a match point here. 1 point each from a draw earlier. So a win here is big for every single one of these players. So that's what we want to encourage here. We want to make sure that everybody is encouraged to win, play their best. It looks like that's a Delighted Halfling coming down from Dustin after the Smothering Tide. Looks like not paying the 1. Robert up in your top right is going to draw a card, and that will let Dustin in the bottom right make a treasure. A lot of value engines here. If you're just joining us again, this is round number 3 at Tricky's Cards and Games hosting MindBreak Magic cEDH event. We are in, I believe, turn number 5. Seat number 1, the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, is going to pay 1 on the cumulative upkeep for the Mystic Remora. Stella Lee exists on the board, but so do a lot of taxing pieces. Ristic Study, Smothering Tithes galore. It's a very tough spot to be, but we'll start with an Arcane Signet. Looks like for 3 mana, denying the Ristic Study draw. Oh wait, the 1 was to put the age counter. So it is just 2 mana, allowing the Ristic Study player to draw a card, allowing Dustin, our Atraxa player, to make a Smothering Tithe treasure. And Lion's Eye Diamond, exiled last turn from Stella Lee, a 2nd spell per turn. So Lee does say until the end of your next turn you may play that card. So Lion's Eye Diamond is cast. Here comes a mountain. Or it says you may play that card. Lion's Eye Diamonds was still cast though. But here comes a mountain for turn. And it looks like a pass on over to Hakeem. The mountain was exiled off Stella Lee because Arcane Signet plus Lion's Eye Diamond was 2 spells. That's how that mountain got into play there. Top left, back on turn 5. Hakeem, Maryland, Fey Ascendant. Draw, pass. It's going to go over to Robert in the top right. Lucas and Will partners. And there's a draw for turn. Here's a Smothering Tide trigger. Robert's deciding, debating. What does he have in his hand? Will that affect if he pays for the Smothering Tide? What does Dustin have in his hand? Looks like no pay for the Smothering Tithe, as we'll have the Bloodstained Mire played as land for turn, the pre-combat main phase. looks like Bloodstained Mire will take a fetch. So we'll see what that goes and gets from this 4-color commander player, non-green. So anything mountain or swamp, fair game from the Bloodstained Mire. Badlands, the play. And our players have taken a rapid 5 turns to figure out how to maneuver through this game, even with all the game actions, value pieces, taxing pieces on the board. They've taken a good amount of turns here. They've played quick, they played efficient, they know what their game plan is. These players, some of the best players that we got here. Unfortunately, the players on the right do only have 1 point, players on the left only have 0 points, so a match win here is a must. Every player thinking it, every player going for the ability to have a match win and 5 points added to their standings. And looks like here's 2 mana from the Soul Ring, here's a Simian Spirit Guide, here is a Hexing Squelcher, leaving 1 in the pool. Hexing Squelcher can't be countered, has ward, pay 2 life, it gives all your spells can't be countered, and gives all your creatures ward 2 life. So here comes Hexing Squelcher. New card from Lurelin Eclipse. Game-changing card for cEDH here. Every deck that plays red is going to want one. Let's see what Robert is going to do here now that all of his spells are uncounterable. Here's an uncounterable Silence. That's going to make some players look at their hands. Here's a Mystic Remora trigger from our Cell Elite player. Maybe not free interaction, but maybe some paid interaction. Maybe there's some return spell. Maybe even a MindBreak trap will take care of this as well. Debating on the draw one, and the draw one will happen. Smothering Tide trigger from our rightmost players. Robert on top, Dustin on bottom. And we'll see where that goes. Draw a card, nothing doing. Yep, 1 mana floating from the Soul Ring off of the Hexing Squelcher cast, so that's correct here. And we'll see a Pyro Blast targeting a permanent. So we're going to target Rhystic Study potentially and paying the 1. That's what it looked like. And it looks like there goes Rhystic Study. Power Blast paying the 1. Target Rhystic Study is where we're at. Silence, uncounterable, back on the stack. It is uncounterable due to Hexing Squelcher being in play. Only 2 spells have been cast for 1 singular player this turn. So no MindBreak Trap online for free. And looks like that Silence will resolve. All the players say, yep, that's good with me. I don't have anything to stop an uncounterable spell. So we'll see what Robert here, seat number 3, turn number 5, is going to do. Looks like a Wishclaw Talisman is going to come into play. Here's a Mystic Draw. Here is a Treasure and second Treasure. If Robert keeps missing these triggers, this will be the second treasure that he's missed out on. That should put them at 4, but looks like we're going down 2. A little forgetful here. Let's hope that doesn't hurt them. And Wheel of Fortune. Plus Stormkiln Artist. I mean, a lot of treasures here being missed. But certainly going to make a lot of treasures here off the Smothering Tithe. So will Dustin, the bottom right-hand corner. And it looks like we got a card being cast in response. Or maybe channeled from a land. That could be... Boseiju. And it looks like a Wishclaw Talisman activation in response to the Boseiju, potentially. Does look like a Boseiju to me, so we'll have to see where that goes. That art is the borderless art from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. So Wishclaw Talisman activation on the stack, going to give the Wishclaw over to the opponent last to Robert, which is in your top left corner, Hakeem on Maryland, Fey Ascendant. Beseiju here is trying to get rid of the Smothering Tide, trying to stop enabling Robert here for the effects. Deflecting Swats will be the cast. Looks like Deflecting Swat is probably going to make Beseiju target Dustin's own Smothering Tide. Here's more treasures off the Stormkill Artist. There goes Dustin's Smothering Tide. Beseiju channel ability has resolved. And with the full ability of Beseiju, Dustin will put a Scrubland into play. Here's 3 mana, make it 4. Here's an Otawara, bouncing the Smothering Tide. Once again, there looks to be an ad nauseam in hand of our top right player, but Dustin looks to have all the responses, a Beseiju and an Otawara. That's huge here. One more spell cast does give Robert the 5th treasure, but I'm not sure if they're able to have a free effect here in order to enable that. A lot going on here. Again, if you're just joining us, this is round number 3 at MindBreak Magic cEDH tournament here at Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia, and we're in a moment right now. Looks like there's a Wheel of Fortune on the stack for the Smothering Tide player in the top right corner of your screen, Robert. And Robert's trying to resolve this Wheel of Fortune, and Dustin, the bottom right, just has all the answers. Beseiju, but it was Deflecting Swatted. Otawara, that seems to be the discussion here. Hexing Sculpture is on the board for Robert, top right corner of your screen. That's the active player. So this Wheel of Fortune is not going to be countered. However, that Smothering Tide sure can be bounced. So Beseiju did not work. The Otawara might. We'll have to see what he wants to do. There's already an ad nauseam in hand for Robert up in the top right, so we'll keep an eye on that, see how that plays into this effect. Again, a free effect here, counterspell or otherwise, will certainly enable that. There is a silence affecting the entire table. That's why not only Hexing Sculpture is keeping things from being countered, but the silence is also stopping the table from being able to interact. That's why the channel abilities from Otawara and Beseiju both were so valuable in that exchange. Looks like 1 mana. Not sure what happened to the Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune didn't get stopped. So and looks like we got a card here that might be a Mystical Tutor. Yeah, and some of these alt arts do make it a little difficult, but I'm certainly try my best here. So it'll be placed on the stack here, as we'll see how that gets to resolve. Fierce Guardianship will be cast in order to chain the treasure. Fierce Guardianship holding priority. Yep, down to 3. Fierce Guardianship. Could even be a Born. I'm not quite sure what the original card is there, but that still does allow 5 mana here. We just have to see how our players want to react to this, knowing that Robert here is definitely counting to 5. And it looks like that'll go away. And looks like 5 mana here. Well, again, be on the stack. Here is Ad Nauseam. 1 treasure from Stormkiln Artist. Again, silence affecting the board here. So, not only that, the ability of Hexing Squelcher to have spells not be countered. And it looks like we're flipping. Looks to be a Dark Writ. Scalding Tarn, as we're going through Ad Nauseam flips here in round 3 in our feature match area. Swan Song. Down to 30, 0 Chromox. We'll go MindBreak Trap, here's 4. Ranger Captain of Eos, there's 3. Down to 23, we'll see if our player can piece it together. Still only 1 mana up, but that does allow Dark Ritual to be enabled. I don't believe they played a land this turn. They played a Bloodstained Mire last turn, I believe. So land drop's still available. Here's a Gamble. Gamble's a big help. Gamble does let you chain treasures, especially with all the cards you're about to put in your hand with Ad Nauseam. So Cavern down to 22. And here we go, back to it. Misty Rainforest will be 0. Maybe trying to talk about where they're at. We'll take a second. We have, again, Lucas, the sharpshooter, Will the Wise here for our top right-hand corner player. That's the main phase that we're in right now. Trying to decide what we're going to do about this Ad Nauseam. Down to 21. Down to 21 we go. Again, a match win being very important here for all of our players. There's only 2 points sitting at the table. 1 point for Robert, top right. 1 point for Dustin, bottom right. In our top 10 cut format, a win is invaluable. Being first or second at the end of 4 rounds will put you in first or second seat for the finals. So that's huge. And let's say, thinking about some more Ad Nauseam. I'm not sure what the top end here is on this Ad Nauseam player. I mean, I already have a 4 mana spell out with Stormkiln Artist. Beseech the Mirror's already gone. MindBreak Trap's already gone. There's still Force the Will at 5 mana, but not a lot over that. Smothering Tide is already out has been removed from play. going to see where this goes here. As we certainly finish resolving this ad nauseum here, we'll get back to action in the main phase. Some sort of tutor to the top. That was probably the mystical tutor. And the wheel will finally resolve. So all of that was on top of the wheel. It's such an elaborate stack that we have crafted here. With wheels, some removal channels on Otawara to Seiju. Then the ad nauseum on top of that, Mystic Remora, Fierce Guardianship, countering Mystic Remora but not countering it because of Hexing Sculpture. And then finally that ad nauseum after all of that, after making a million mana. I guess the sort of discussion on getting rid of ad nauseum there is more not going or not going for the ad nauseum. I guess is more if the wheel is still on the stack, how does that affect your game plan moving forward? Now, I'm not gonna lie, there were definitely some good cards there from to Robert from the ad nauseum, but mostly a lot of counter spells. And counter spells is not what you want to see here, as Robert does have the entire table under a silence effect. So a lot of cards, a lot of combo pieces, it looks like, goodness, have been discarded. This turn a Brain Freeze in the hand of Robert, so that's going to make some complicated math here. There's only been a handful of spells cast. I mean, one over from Caden in the bottom left, and a handful over in the top right from Robert, maybe about 4 or 5. So storm count is around like 6 or 7, if I were to take a guess. I'm not going too back into it. I do 7 after the Wheel of Fortune has resolved. And we'll see what our players want to do with it. Again, the gamble is probably the most brutal discard off of the ad nauseum on top of Wheel of Fortune. Because that would have just allowed you to chain so easily, so effectively. Just being able to channel with the treasure, get another treasure from Stormkiln Artist. That would have been huge, but that ability is now lost. We'll see where our players want to go. I mean, 7 more cards deep for Robert is certainly a lot, but no treasures after the Smothering Tithe have been dealt with twice. So we'll see where our players go from here. Again, if you're just joining us at the end of a very long term, we are in round number 3 of our 4-round cEDH event, MindBreak Magic cEDH. And we have gotten rid of 2 Smothering Ties, resolved the Wheel of Fortune on top of, or with an ad nauseum on top of it, after a silence was cast at the beginning of the turn. Now Robert will pass, going down to 7, post the Wheel of Fortune after ad nauseum. That will send the turn over to Dust in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen on Atraxa. So our Atraxa player got silenced, got Orm's Chant by Robert up in the top right. At least one combo piece is gone from Stella Lee. I see Cerulean Wisp, the Red Wisp from Stella Lee in the Crimson Wisp correction has already been put in the graveyard off of the Wheel of Fortune. No more taxing effects. I mean, Rhystic Study's gone, Smothering Tides are gone, but our players have a lot of mana advantage, and it's now on Caden to try and figure out, without crafting their hand, after the Wheel of Fortune discard, how they're gonna how they're going to move forward. So we're going to start with a frantic search. Spell number 1. Let's see what that draws out from the opponents. Draw 2, discard 2, untap 3 lands. No High Tide here. Sad for me as the resident High Tide player, but you know, 3 mana, draw 2, discard 2. You get to see more cards here. Get to try and put together your hand. No more Smothering Tide triggers off the draw 2, so that kind of unlocks that card as well. The ability to just use it at all and not benefit your opponent so heavily. Looks like we got land. I couldn't see second card if second card has already been discarded. And another land, so Minamo and generic full art expedition style land. Here's Lotus Petal. Here's second spell for Stella Lee. And exile, and that will be a Mystical Tutor. Mystical Tutor's huge. That's really big. Well, unknown if our player right now will go for it. Try 2 right now, but Hakeem up in the top left is going to untap with a fresh 7 and a Wishclaw Talisman given to him from Robert up in your top right. I can't see anything in the graveyard that would make me think the Maryland player, Hakeem, top left, has gotten rid of an essential part of the game plan, the strategy here. So that's also that's a pretty huge threat there as well, especially with the ability to almost unlock Retraction Helix, Flood Collar in the face of not a lot of taxing effects, although there's still a Mystic Remora in play. So, exiled off of Stella Lee activation is Mystical Tutor. Mystical Tutor will be cast, and that will resolve. Likely going to go get a Wisp in order to some sort of untap effect, I guess. Doesn't have to be a Wisp. Some sort of untap effect can definitely change this game. Tidal Boar's already been exiled under Chrome Mox, so that card's already gone. But, we have a handful of twiddle effects. Refocus will allow draw a card every time. So, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff here that can be done. Maybe even looking for a protection spell. Or a counter spell. Pyroblast already being used from Caden, our Stella Lee player in the bottom left corner of the screen, who's been relatively quiet this game, but threatening nonetheless. Stella Lee, being a 2-card combo machine, is going to be able to do what Stella Lee does, and that's just win the game when your opponent's shields are down. And it looks like that could be the case here. Although let's not count out Dustin, who has 6 lands and 6 other artifact mana, 1 from Mox Diamond, 5 from Treasure, untapped here. And it looks like it will be Cerulean Wisp to the top. 7 fresh cards for everybody at the table. But that doesn't mean interaction is gone. Here's a consider. Surveil 1, draw 1. Now we know we mean business. You can let it resolve, deal with the problem now. Counter it, deal with the problem next turn. If Cerulean Wisp is in hand, there's a whole turn cycle that can happen in which that card can be cast. Here's a Chain of Vapor from Hakeem. Here's the question, do you pay the 4? The 4 can be paid. And 4 will be paid. Not drawing the Cerulean Wisp off the top. So here comes Chain of Vapor. If I were to take a guess, that's a chain targeting Stella Lee. Here's a Mental Misstep. And we got Counterspell backup. Now, that might not have been the counterspell you wanted to see, but in this specific circumstance, it is a good one. Here's Force of Negation, exiling card. Looks like Cloud of Fairies. That's a little off-screen, so a little harder to see. And we're going to keep fighting over the Stella Lee. That does lose, unless something changes. And it looks like Mystic Remora. Oh yeah, no 4. Here's Mystic Remora. Hold priority, copy, or correction. Yeah, with the Mystic Remora trigger, Caden will draw Cerulean Wisp, hold priority, tap, activate Sisay. which that we have over 3 spells: Frantic Surge, Mystical Tutor, Consider. So that Stella Lee activation is online. So we're going to tap Stella Lee, copy the Cerulean Wisp here, and we're going to go get going with the combo. We're going to keep untapping this creature and keep drawing a card. All for 1 mana. That looks to be some sort of a copy effect token from our player here. So Cerulean Wisp and the copy on the stack. I think nobody's responding to the trigger, or correction, the activated ability of Stella Lee here. And this is the threat of Stella Lee. I mean, even though Caden has been relatively silent, a lot of taxing effects at the table is, if you've been here this whole time throughout round 3 here at MindBreak Magic cEDH, there's been a handful, Smothering Tides, Ristics, Mystics, and now the person in control right now, left with the only Mystic Remora, is Caden and our seat number 1, which is also a huge boost to them. So bottom left-hand corner we have, here's the stack. We have a Consider, Chain of Vapor targeting Stella Lee, Metal Misstep targeting Chain of Vapor, Force of Negation targeting Stella Lee, Cerulean Wisp targeting Stella Lee, Whole Priority, activate Stella Lee. That's the stack right now as it sits, and I think our players are wondering, how did this happen? Because I'm not saying that these players can't have interaction, but these players haven't showed interaction yet since the Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune, or correction, Force Negation discarded by Wheel of Fortune for Dustin over there in the bottom right, Atraxa. Looks like Demonic Consultation in the hand for Dustin here. Maybe trying to talk into a draw. If we go back and look at our standings, our 2 players with points, Robert and Dustin, are sitting at 19th and 21st respectively. So a win here is big. A draw here is certainly not ideal. Any player can offer the draw, and it takes 1 player to refuse the draw. Here's a Bayou for the Demonic Consultation. Demonic Consultation on the stack. They will name a card. They will exile top 6, I believe, and then go search for a card with that name. So likely going to try and get a counter spell, as the Orange Chant was cast on Dustin's turn, so that has right now unlocked Dustin here on Stella Lee's turn. 4 mana paid for the Mystic Remora. Kanan looks like he got some up his sleeve, but we'll let Demonic Consultation resolve. Not sure what the card named is, but likely MindBreak Trap. Unless they're talking about a draw here, but four mana was paid, so I'm not quite sure what our players are doing here as they try to finish out this game. Here's an Endurance. And we don't have our players mic'd up at this event, so A little hard to interpret kind of what's going on here. Looks like the Library of Dust was exiled. It does seem. So potentially up to Robert here for any sort of interaction. One treasure. Hakeem has been the only one interacting, our Maryland player in the top left with the Stella Lee combo. And we'll have to see what the outcome of that is. It does look like it's a win there for Caden, as we'll continue to draw and untap Stella Lee. Maybe just looking to see what the exact win line was from our Stella Lee player. There's a million mana here. Certainly the possibility to breach to win the game, mill you guys out. No Thoracle being played in this list, so it could be something along those lines of brain freeze, make you all lose the game. The storm count is already extremely high. So I think that's what they're talking about. They're wanting to see how the end game is here, and I think the Underworld Breach might be just enough for our players. So I think we'll wrap it up. And we'll look at the hands, and I think that about wraps it up. It looks like Caden will win this match again. Our Stella Lee player, bottom left corner of your screen. That's a huge win. 5 points here for the win is a huge boost to all of our players, really. If you can get that amount of points. We can recap our standings from at least round 2. Where we only have 8 players with at least one match win. Brandon and Juan in first and second, 10.6 points respectively. We have Jordan, Josh, Cole, all with a match win and a draw at 6 points. Down to top 5, your top 10 is Dalton, Nathaniel, Chris, Sebastian, and Austin. That's your top 10. If we were to end after round 2, round 3, that's the end there of our round 3 coverage, but a good game, a good interactive game. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of interaction on the stack. We had the big stack over wheel. We had the big stack over the Stella Lee activation post the mystical tutor. So a lot of interactive magic and a good showing from all of our players. Dalton does pick up the 5 points, it looks like, so we'll make sure we confirm that at the start of the next round. But we'll leave you to it after round number 3. We'll be going around number 4. We only have a few tables finishing up time after this. I can give you a rough estimate here. It looks like there's about 20 minutes left in a round and only a couple of games left going. So we will be back with round 4 coverage, which is our 4th and final Swiss round before Top Cut, which again is top 10 here. First and second seed guarantee themselves into the finals. 3rd through 10th will play an additional semifinal round, and the winner will go to the finals in 3rd and 4th seed, respectively, based on your position after Swiss. So stick around for round 4 Swiss coverage of MindBreak Magic cEDH tournament, hosted at Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia. Thank you all for sticking around, coming out, and watching this far, and we'll see you for round 4. All right, players, we are ready to go with our round 4 event here at MindBreak Magic cEDH, hosted at Tricky's Cards and Games. I am your commentator, Daniel Darity, and if you guys are still here, we appreciate you watching. If you're just joining, we have an exciting round 4 pod that's going to get you some action here. But right now, I'll list off our standings real quick. We are cutting to a top 10, so first and second place will get an automatic bid into the finals, and third through 10th will play a semifinal match to see who gets third and fourth seat based on their pod. So right now, in first place we have Brandon. Second place through 7th is all tied at 7 points. Brandon with 2 wins in the draw. 7 points players are second is Josh, then Jordan, Austin, Sebastian, Cole, and Cam. A handful of these players have been in our feature match area, performing very well. We've had 2 wins and a draw so far in our feature match area, so pretty successful picking out pods. And then for our final few players that rounds out the top 10 will be 8, with Juan with 6 points, a win and a draw, and 5 points being Dalton and Chris. So those are our 2 top 5-point players with 1 win each. So we are looking at round 4 right now, and we have a very special pod. We would be nowhere without the Lotus Bowl series hosting a majority of MindBreak Magic players in the past, and now we've moved on and we're able to host this event at Tricky's Cards and Games. But we'd like to put the man in charge of Mop Top and Beardy, Reese and Holt, on camera for his match. I believe his match is pretty close to being a win and end, so it should also be a very exciting game where all the players are very interested in getting a win. So let's go ahead and get to it. So our players they should be good to resolve mulligans and whatnot.
Yeah, you are.
It's like our players are, finishing up their mulligan resolve for this round. And we'll give them some extra time at the start of the round here, as always. So that way they get the appropriate amount of time, since we have paused them a little bit in order to get the stream set up and get everyone situated in the feature match area. But we have some really cool deck lists here. We'll have Daryl on Tivit, and that'll be in the bottom left corner of your screen. That'll be seat 1. Hakeem in the top left, seat 2 once again, as he was last round on camera with Marilyn. Then we'll have Reeson in the top right playing Wandering Minstrel. That's 5-color turbo ad nauseum deck, land-based. And then Marcus, who I believe was round 1, our round 1 pod winner on camera, running it back again here for might have been our round 2 draw, but they'll be running it back here for Roger Thrasios. That'll be in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. So that's everybody here. I'm excited to see a lot of these decks stand out. Again, Tivit, haven't had a Tivit all day. And then Wandering Minstrel, Turbo Ad Nauseum. We've seen the threats from Roger Thrasios earlier in the day. And then Hakeem as well on Maryland. Haven't seen a lot of that deck. Hasn't been able to show itself in its fullest form, but the deck is very good, and I'm very excited to see that go. So in just a second, we'll have our players go ahead and get ready to start. our players will start here as we have pregame action of Gemstone Caverns from Maryland, Hakeem, in the top left corner of your screen. That'll be seat 2. Didn't see the Exile. But turn 1, we'll start with Ancient Tomb, Arcane Signet from our Tivit player. Turn will pass. And a big turn here from Hakeem as we see with the Gemstone Caverns. We're going to play a land, Lotus Petal and Mystic Remora, big fish. So that's going to be your start for Hakeem in turn 2. And then turn and it looks like turn 1 will just be tap land and pass from Recent. Again, turbo ad nauseum on the Wandering Minstrel. Turn 1 for our seat 4 player, bottom right hand corner of your screen, Roger, and Thrasios will get out a Delighted Halfling and a Roger off of the Tropical Island. That's a Port of Carfell up there in the top right. It's just a tap land that taps and adds blue. And for 3 blue, black, tap, sacrifice, mill 4, return a creature to the battlefield tapped. As we'll go ahead and pass over back to our seat 1 player, Daryl, on Tivit. And Daryl will play, looks like maybe that might be a Tundra. Then we'll take a look at the card when our players are done looking there as well. Ancient Tomb, Arcane Signet were the last plays. They're going to play Rev, Tithe Extractor from Jumpstart. Whenever you attack, target creature gains Death Touch on a turn. Whenever one or more creatures deal combat damage to a player, you make a treasure and look at the top of that card's library, that player's library, exile that card face down, and you can play that card as long as it's exiled. So we'll get the turn pass over to Hakeem. Hakeem will pay the 1 for the fish, keep that around another turn. And it'll go back over to Recent in your top right corner, Wandering Minstrel, 5-color turbo ad nauseum. We're gonna land. Looks like that might be Polluted Delta. We'll see where that goes. Let's see what the play is. Just a pass, no Wandering Minstrel, leaving the fetch up. And we'll pass over to the bottom right-hand corner. Pass on over to Marcus on Roger Thras. This will be tap land. Looks like Surveil land, looks like Hedge Maze. We'll tap the Tropical Island and the Delighted Halfling as we keep the Surveil on top. And here's a Thrasios on the stack. Still no non-creatures here for the fish. Oh, looks like a turn 2 late. Could have drawn at least 1 from the Arcane Signet, but the rest of our players playing very patiently as the turn will be passed on over to our Tivit player, Daryl. And we'll draw for a turn. Rel being a 3/3 is a big point of damage here. So we'll see what this 3/3 will be able to do. Gives target creature Death Touch, and then, well, when you deal combat damage to a player, you make a treasure and can exile the top card of a player's library. So not a lot of blockers out here. Could be a good enabler, could be a good time to attack with the Rev. So we'll see where that ends up going. Maybe a little bit of talking. Maybe Hakeem trying to put out some reassurances. No, you don't have to hit me. Maybe Recent with the same thing. But the ability to hit with this Rev is super important. So I think even taking a turn off of it there would be very shocking to me. As we're done fetching off the polluted delta, looks like a underground sea potentially. And here comes towards Hakeem. 1, 2, 3 down. We're going to make a treasure for the Tivit player. The Tivit player will look at the top card of Maryland's library, top left, exile it face down, and may play it as long as it's exiled. Yeah, so just trying to figure out where to kind of make it clear that is there. Here's 2 mana for the Ancient Tomb, taking 2 damage. Here's a lot of mana. Here's a Tivit. And then Tivit will enter. And then each player is going to vote for evidence or bribery. For each evident vote, they will investigate. And for each bribery, Tivit will make a treasure. So it looks like Investigate was made by Tivit, because that looks like a completely separate token from the treasure token that's being used there. So let's see how much these players want to investigate. Looks like, I guess Tivit will be making the treasure. Just brought the clue token out because they knew the clue token would be picked a handful of times. So if I were to take a guess, that's probably every other player not named Tivit giving the investigate, giving the clue token, and then our Tivit player, Daryl, choosing to give themselves a treasure. Here comes 2 mana. That Washi Tong, another new card. We've been talking about new cards from very recent releases. Lorwyn Eclipse giving us Hexing Squelcher, and Avatar giving us a handful of cards and commanders, and we got another good one in Washi Tong Librarian. Main phase Washi Tong. Maybe just to use up the mana now. Could flash it in on the end step, but maybe want to kind of leave, a little less the imagination here and get some good attackers in. If you're just joining us, we are in round 4 of our tournament coverage, MindBreak Magic cEDH event. And we're glad to have you here. Right now we are in turn number 3. Top right is the active player, Reeson Hold of Mop Top and Beardy, and they are fetching on the end step of our top left player, Hakeem, on Maryland, but we'll soon go to their turn. And here's the situation we got here. Our first seed is in the bottom left, and that is Tivit. That is Daryl on Tivit. Top left we have Maryland, Fey Ascendant. That's Hakeem piloting. We have Reeson currently offering the cut on his deck after the shuffle on Wandering Minstrel. That is a Undercity Sewers that Reeson does grab to put into play with the fetch land. So Surveil will keep that one on top. Go to their turn. Then in seat 4, bottom right hand corner, we have Marcus on Thrasios Tivit. So we'll get to see some good action from these players here. I wouldn't say we're starting slow. We're starting off with kind of a bang. Some of our players are able to play around this Mystic Remora that is sitting out on the field under Hakeem's board, under Maryland's board here. This Mystic Remora has not done a whole lot. It's kind of avoided being used at all, but the 2 mana still being offered on the age counters, cumulative upkeep by Hakeem. As it looks like Verdant Catacombs is the play from Reeson here. We'll see where he wants to go with it. Looks like Lion's Eye Diamond. Goodness. And we'll fetch with what I believe is that Verdant Catacombs. And let's go see what land Reeson here will fetch with. Would imagine something that adds red. As a 5-color deck, it wouldn't be super obscure to see a Taiga, but I would definitely say it's less likely. Maybe a Badlands, but it looks like it'll be a tropical island. So no red mana yet. red mana yet for a breach. Maybe not manual breaching here, but potentially still trying to push the win. This is a turbo deck. 5-color ad nauseum is certainly a good strategy in order to be able to use. Wandering Minstrel, the commander of this deck in the top right corner, being played by Reason, allows lands you control to enter untapped. And then at combat of your turn, if you have 5 or more towns, you make a 2/2, but that's not the relevant part here. It's mostly the lands being untapped, getting a lot of tap lands, surveil lands, and utility lands, and having the ability to have those coming untapped. I mean, even triomes and stuff like that, stuff of that nature, is super big. As the turn will be passed down to Marcus on Thrasios Roger. Wooded Foothills is the play for the turn, and they're going to fetch. Now, we've seen Marcus on camera earlier today, as I mentioned, and got to show a little bit of what the deck can do, but I know there's a lot to be desired there after, an interaction between Enduring Vitality and Kinnan was not able to seal the game. As sometimes they're just turbo players that are faster than you, but there's a lot of cool stuff in this list. Again, Enduring Vitality is very cool card. It looks like we're going to take the Wooded Foothills Fest for the Dryad Arbor. That's what it looks like to me. And of course, Washi Tong is going to grow. We'll get a +1/+1 counter and make Tivit draw a card, or Tivit player Daryl. And looks like Marcus here is going to be playing a Growing Rites of Itlamok. Enchantment that when it enters, you look at the top 4 and you put a creature card from among them, put in your hand, rest on bottom, and then if you have 4 or more creatures, you can flip it and it becomes a Cradle. So it looks like Hullbreaker Horror is the reveal off of Growing Rites of Itlamok, the enchantment for our Roger Thrasios player. And it is going to be the beginning of the end step in which that Growing Rites will flip. Growing Rites will flip into basically a Cradle. It's actually a better Cradle because it can just tap for green with no creatures in play, or it can add green for each creature you control. So currently 4 mana available from Itlamok, Cradle of the Sun, as the turn will be passed over to our Tivit player. And looks like maybe a Flooded Strand is the play for the land for turn. They're going to go ahead and crack. And this Tivit player's put in a lot of work. Big board state, big body board state here. Hakim has only drawn 2 cards, or should have only drawn 2 cards. I guess I wasn't watching that closely. Off of the entire 2-turn cycle that Mr. Gamora has been out, one from the Lion's Eye Diamond and one from Growing Rites of Itlamok, both cards that have been casted in the last turn cycle. So paid off for paying for the cumulative upkeep for one more go round. And it looks like that'll be the scrub land completing the trifecta of duels under the control of our Tivit player Daryl. We'll see where Daryl wants to go with that, what he's got in hand. Maybe he's got a tutor, maybe he's got a way to find something to win the game here. And Tivit Time Sieve lines are super interesting, super cool, and there are a super low amount of blockers already in play. So Time Sieve would be able to enable Tivit, because Tivit does care about entering the battlefield or dealing combat damage. No flyers or reachers sitting around here, so it almost seems like a free attack. And I think he'd be beside himself to not attack the ad nauseam player, but maybe he just doesn't know what that deck does. Wandering Minstrel is a little bit more obscure of a 5-color ad nauseam commander, but I wouldn't say any of them are particularly relevant in terms of where you think 5-color ad nauseam. You can just kind of play the card that fits you the most, and for a lot of people that just feels good. That just feels like enough. So we're going to send some damage over to Hakim. Looks like the Rev will be going over to Hakim, And we'll see who's about to take 6 damage from the Tivit, and who's going to take the 4 damage from the Washington. Both flyers, both hard to interact with, especially Tivit having Ward 3. It looks like we're voting. And it does look like Tivit is going over there at Reason, so that does track with chart here. Washington flying over to Thrasios Rogers' board, as with Rev in play, Tivit's going to be able to see 3 free cards and be able to cast them as long as they remain exile. So already a huge advantage engine early on in this game. I mean, a turn 3 Tivit is certainly a threat at the table. And it looks like we got 3 treasures and 6 clue tokens and a Mystic Remora of their own. Daryl will play. And we'll just have to see what Hakeem wants to do about it. He's got another age counter on that Mystic Remora for his turn whenever it does go to him. But he'll go ahead and draw now for the Mystic Remora cast trigger. And don't know how that'll be good here, what they're going to do, but here's 2 more mana from our Tivit player, and looks like he's going to channel Touch the Spirit Realm, likely on Tivit. And it looks like that'll go off without a hit, so more Tivit triggers. Some more treasures. Some more clues. So up to 6 treasures and looks like 9 clues to our Tivit player. Hakeem on his turn will say that's enough for the Mystic Remora. Let's let that go away. Go to their turn. We got 3 mana available, 2 lands and a Lotus Petal. Missed a couple of land drops, so here's 1 now. And it looks like we're going to go ahead and fetch. And no one's got anything to say about that, so that will also go off. And we're going to finish resolving that land fetch, as it looks like Hakeem will end up getting a tropical island out of that exchange. And I'm not sure what the card that was played was, but looks like 2 mana for it, or at least it's kind of talking about what to do with this Lotus Petal. And talking about what's going on here. We'll see. Looks like that'll untap some lands here, so that might be able to tell us what card he's got. But as Hakeem will pass the turn on over to Reeson. Reeson will take his turn. Here is, I believe that's a Beseju. And here's 2 mana. We'll make it 4. And I'm not sure what that is. That could be a culling ritual. That would be really good here, honestly, with all the treasures and clues. Can't crack them all. Could be the Final Fantasy art there, if you just give me a second. Yeah, that is in fact what that is. That is I believe that's a culling ritual there. So culling ritual on the stack will make about 1,000,000 mana. So we got at least 3 in the bottom right. Looks like 1 in the top left. LED will go in the top right from Reeson. It's like a Thrasios activation in response. And looks like a Force of Will will hit that culling ritual. We'll see what Reeson wants to do here. Culling ritual will enable him to do a whole lot if he's got some sort of ad nauseum or effect like that. Mass card draw effect. That's a good way to enable yourself, playing these sort of turbo ad nauseum lists. Culling ritual. I think he might be trying to convince a lot of people to fight over this culling ritual. Because the culling ritual doesn't hurt the fact that Tivit exists, but what it does do is hurt the rest of the board that Tivit has assembled. It might just be able to unlock the game here for Tivit, but looks like Force of Will, maybe. Some force effect from Hakeem, post-exiling blue card. And Mr. Cremora not paid, so our Tivit player will draw a card there. Here goes some mana and an Ancient Tomb. And here's a Sink into Stupor, and we're going to return some cards, it looks like. Return some permanents. Now, like I said, this culling ritual is going to affect a lot of the board state, but it won't affect actually Tivit. So if you think that Reeson won't be able to assemble a win con here, a winning line, or it might be a Sink into Stupor returning the culling ritual to the hand. If you think that Reeson is not able to assemble a winning line here, I think you could just let the culling ritual resolve, honestly. Because it does give Reeson a ton of mana, but it only gives him green-black mana. And there's still the ability to cast Force of Will, you know, in another point. Now it looks like the stack will resolve, the culling ritual will get returned with Sink into Stupor. And with the green floating, we're going to cast, it looks like a tutor. Should be mystical tutor. Or correction, worldly tutor. And as Hakim will continue resolving after the worldly tutor, looks like that worldly tutor is going to go get Eternal Scourge. It looks like we're going to continue on Reason's turn here. And looks like Eternal Scourge will go to the top. And that'll be all for Reason's turn, it looks like. Yep, and Reason will go ahead and pass the turn. So he'll go over to Marcus, unlocking his second Cradle, Growing Rites of Itlamok flip card, Itlamok Cradle of the Sun. That unlocks 4 mana, so 8 mana total available, 9 mana, Delighted Halfling and Dryad Arbor. And it looks like we had a couple of plays up in the hand that we'll be able to fix, but we're going to go ahead and start with 4 mana here. Now, Itlamok Cradle of the Sun will tap for 4, and we got 7 mana total in the pool. We'll see what's going to go on here. Here's a Hullbreaker Horror. A Hullbreaker Horror that was flipped off of Thrasios. Like they're going to turn, play a Soul Ring, figure out what to bounce, probably a Roger, and we're going to make pretty close here to, yeah, we'll have infinite colored and colorless mana here. Bounce the Soul Ring with the one from the Monk's Amber, bounce the Roger. To make infinite colorless, or correction, infinite colored for all of the effects. So a lot to be done here. I'm not sure where, if our players are able to interact, I'm not sure where that would happen. So we'll have to see. But the Hullbreaker Horror does present a win that we have. First win attempt of the game, truly. I mean, Tivit in itself is sort of a win attempt in the ability to get treasures out and get clue tokens, which have the ability to have a ton of artifacts even without time sieve and be able to manipulate that argument. But Hullbreaker Horror is a true win attempt with Thrasios in play, and now we're seeing sort of unlock the true potential here of this Hullbreaker Horror as we get shown a pact. And let's see what the pact is going to do. Pact is able to be paid. There's 7 mana available from the Tivit player. And it looks like the Nox Amber will be packed. That will happen, so we'll have a pack trigger at the next upkeep of our Tivit player. Here's an Enlightened Tutor for Time Sieve at the end step of our bottom right hand player, Thrasios Roger. So it marks the end step. Daryl, our Tivit player, will Enlightened Tutor for that aforementioned Time Sieve. So that should be good. Looks like that Enlightened Tutor will resolve, and I mean, you know, people say not to counter the tutor, but to counter the spell that it gets. So looks like that's going to see play here. We're going to see exactly what's going on with our Tivit players. They're going to go to the next turn, but they're going to have to tap 5 mana in order to pay for the pact. So blue plus 3. So we're going to go Ancient Tomb. Probably all 3 of your base, or all 3 of your dual lands. That'll be it. I don't think during the win attempt on Hullbreaker Horror, our Roger Thras chose one of the modes on Hullbreaker Horror. It does say up to 1, so I missed that. But here on our Tivit player's turn, we're going to go for the win. Here's a Time Sieve. And we'll see what Time Sieve wants to do, where we want to go with that. Who is going to be the one to draw out a counterspell? I mean, if there's no counterspell here, this is sort of the end of the game. This is sort of the game plan for Tivit. Grab that Time Sieve and be able to protect the win, be able to protect Tivit while you go for it. And what looks like that's it. Yep, the Time Sieve will resolve. We'll take a lot of turns. We'll be swinging a large commander creature at most people for 21 damage. So that'll be it. That'll be our round 4 here from our pod number 6. That'll approve our player, Daryl, our winning player, to 5 points on the tournament. I'm not sure where that will shake out after standings, but we will come to you in a little bit with the standings. Again, this is our round number 4. We do have 4 rounds of Swiss today. So after the round number 4, we're going to be going to Top Cut. And again, this is a top 10. So right now, if you end up finishing the Swiss event in first or second, that will guarantee you first or second seat when you do go to the Top Cut in the finals. So no extra game to be played. You just get to sit back, relax, and maybe go have some dinner. But for everybody else, 3 through 10, they will be playing in 2 semifinal pods. The winner of those, after a 2.5 hour time limit maximum, the winner of those or the time limit, the player with the highest seed in that group, either one will go to the finals. They will be 3rd or 4th seat based on their standing. So that's kind of the way our top 10 is shaking out here, and we're excited to bring you a lot of the coverage, and we appreciate you being here throughout our 4-round coverage of Swiss at our MindBreak Magic cEDH event here at Tricky's Cards and Games. And we will put you on a little hold, put you on the waiting screen. We'll be waiting for Top Cut next, and we'll come at you with standings for first, second, and throughout the rest of the top 10. We'll get a pod for you for the semifinals, and we'll go see that. Again, that Top Cut semifinal pod will be a 2.5-hour maximum, in which if it goes to that time, that will be it. It will end right there, and we will have the highest seeded player left in the game advance on to the finals. So we have a strict timeline here, and we hope to be in and out, but keep staying with us, and we appreciate everyone being here again at Tricky's Cards and Games for MindBreak Magic's first cEDH event. And we appreciate all you watching at home, and stick around with us as we get ready for our Top Cut rounds. Thank you. Welcome back, players, to MindBreak Magic cEDH tournament here, hosted at Tricky's Cards and Games. I'm your commentator, Daniel Darity, and if you're still here or you're just joining us, we appreciate you being here for our live coverage. Right now we have our top cut. It is a top 10. Top 2 gets to buy into the finals, and 3rd through 10th get their semifinal pods, which are ready to go right now. So I'll go ahead and let you know that 1 and 2 were Brandon Williams and Dalton Leslie. That will be our 1 and 2 seat in the finals respectively, and we're going to see who gets to the finals based on our semifinal action that we have queued up for you right here. So we're ready to go. Our players have resolved their mulligans. They're ready for some pregame actions and to get ready to go. In this pod we have Nathaniel, who I can pull up their deck list here. They were on feature match here earlier. They were on Timna Dargo. They will be in seat 1, which looks to be the bottom right. And then we have Juan in the bottom left. That's our seat 2. Juan on Blue Farm, Crom, and Timna. And then we have Austin, who was also in here earlier, who is on Kefka. And they will be in your top left. And then we have Jordan in your top right on Winota. So some very cool different decks here for this pod. Again, we had a couple people that have already been on camera, or maybe some Blue Farm, but Winota, very cool. And looks like we're going and starting now with Nathaniel. It's going to be a City of Brass with a scry for Mardu Devotee. And that is our seat 1. And we'll see where that goes from there. And all these players again are in our top cut. Our top cut has a hard limit of 150 minutes, or 2.5 hours. As we see, the turn gets passed over to Juan on Blue Farm and goes over to Kefka, Austin in the top left. Yes, this top cut is not untimed. It is 150 minutes, and then it will be a hard end. We are ending it at 150 minutes. If it goes that long, we will be able to have, we are going to have the top seed remaining left in the pod. We're going to have them move on to the finals. As we see our Kefka player in the top left, they're going to fetch a Badlands. They're going to play a spell, they're going to play a permanent spell, and then pass. And it looks like we'll go over to Winona. And Winona will be Snow-Covered Mountain into a Soul Ring, very strong star, into Ornithopter from our Winona player, into a Mox Opal. So we got some mana online right now. We got 3 available. And is that a Roger for 0? That's really good. And we got it looks to be Hexing Squelcher, new card from the Lorwyn Eclipsed set. Make sure that all of your spells that you cast can't be countered, and your creatures that you control have ward pay 2 life. So that's where it's going from here. Our first seats will go back. It'll be untap Badlands for turn, and then I think Gilded Treasure is the name of that card. Let's see what it says here. Price Statue, which 2 mana when it enters battlefield or put in the graveyard from battlefield, you make a treasure. And maybe looking to get Dargo out here. Yep, And the price to actually put in the graveyard, getting the treasure back, so that'll be a Dargo in play. And on the end step of Nathaniel's turn, our Dargo Timna player, Juan, over here bottom left, will crack their fetch land Scalding Tarn. And we'll see what they go get. Again, this is on the end step of our seat 1 player. So, turn order, we are in still the first turn of turn 2 around the board. And looks like that'll be a Tundra will be the grab here from Juan. Classic Blue Farm list. I don't see anything particularly crazy going on here. There's a Mayhem Devil, which is super interesting in my opinion for this list, but I wouldn't say that's like the craziest card they could play. A lot more removal heavy, and of course, Ad Nauseam, Thoracle, a lot of the heavy hitters as Juan will untap and go to their turn, play a starting town. Here's a Mockingbird. X is 1, so Mockingbird for 2. That's going to be a Hexing Squelcher. So Hexing Squelcher here, and that'll be a pass of the turn, as we'll have 2 mana for Harmonic Prodigy. The creature that doubles abilities of shamans or wizards. Yes, Harmonic Prodigy is the name of that card. And that will be passed back on over to our Winota player in the top right. And they're going to cast Winota. And we're going to go to attacks. Hexing Squelcher, Roger, and Ornithopter. So that is 3 non-humans that are going to attack. So we're going to look at the top 6, put a human from among them, tapped and attacking. It looks like they're just trying to figure out exactly where to attack, in what fashion, but here we have Jordan on the attacks looking at the top 6 from Winona. And another Final Fantasy card here, that's sweet. And Winona getting online so fast as we're gonna keep looking at some top cards. Is definitely a threat to a lot of the players here. And we got another trigger, and that one looks to be Grand Abolisher here. Tapped and attacking, I believe. So, big amount of damage coming out the gate from Winona. Jordan, our pilot. And Dargo will probably get in front of something, but still gonna take some amount of damage. So will Juan here. go to pass the turn after all the damage has resolved. We're going to go to Nathaniel on Dargo Thras. Or correction, Dargo Timna. Dargo Timna player will cast Imperial Recruiter. And we'll go search for a creature after that. And after the you and me both, Zeus. After we go get that Imperial Recruiter tutor, go ahead and see what the next play is. Let's go and see what they grab. And that's just the speed of Winona being put at use. Certainly not the world's greatest deck in 2026 Magic, but that does not mean that it is bad. It can do a lot of this. You know, Roger, Ornithopter, Hexing Squelcher, and it can buy your ticket to the finals. You know, at a certain point. When you have 6 creatures into play off of a turn cycle, that can be backbreaking for a lot of opponents here. So we're gonna see after this Imperial Recruiter what's gonna go on with the board state. And it looks like that'll just be a pass of the turn on over to our seat 2-1. Again on blue farm here. We're going to have a Mana Confluence come down, so some painful lands already from player at 32 life. And we are going to see what they do. A Hexing Squelcher is the Mockingbird right now. So we'll just have to see. And looks like flashing, I don't know, maybe a Technomancer. I didn't get quite a good look at that card from our bottom right seat 1 player here. And after that, it's going to pass on over to our Kefka player, Austin, in the top left corner of your screen. It will untap. And, I mean, honestly, if pushing Kefka is a possibility to do here, I'm sure they'll do it with the Harmonic Prodigy in play. And here we go. And there's going to be some priority held here, potentially. Unless Jordan over in the top right is just getting ready for the discard, which might actually seem to be the case. Looks like that will resolve, so double Kefka trigger. We're going to see 2 discards and a lot of cards drawn. So we'll go land, enchantments, artifact land, and maybe artifacts. So that should be 3 for our Kefka player Austin. And then second trigger will go on the stack. And it will be instant, land. So just 2 there for Austin, but you know, a huge card advantage swing. Getting 6 cards out of the hands of the opponents and drawing 5, but only having to discard 1 out of that. So, you know, effectively a 10 card parity shift in the game that has happened here as we see a Simian Spirit Guide Exile to cast a Ragavan. And so that Ragavan trigger will happen once it comes out and is able to attack, as we'll just pass back on over to Jordan, back on Winona. And looks like 3 mana here for more obscure cards. More creature attackers for Winona. That might be Archivist. Hard to tell with that. But we are going to see 6 attacks. And 3 non-human triggers off of Winona. Alright, looks like we have some dice passed around. Just trying to resolve maybe these Winona triggers. Go ahead and get some creatures tapped and attacking here, it looks like. Yeah, Myriad all the way around, looks like. And I think the crowd is about ready to start letting these Winona triggers resolve, maybe? No, we're just trying to talk about attacks and what's going to where. There's a complicated board state with Winona and creature attackers. Yeah, there's a lot to go off here. Again, remember, this is our top cut if you're just joining us. This is our first semifinal round, one of 2 pods. We are cutting to a top 10 today with 28 players in attendance. We're cutting to a top 10. Our first 2 out of Swiss got a bye through all the way to the finals, and we'll be at first, second seat in the finals. And our players right here are playing basically a win and in for the finals, trying to get their ticket to 3rd or 4th seat, depending on standings. High Noon, Mox Diamond among the cards revealed, or I guess looked at, which those aren't particularly helpful, but that one, which is a human, is quite helpful. And going to take a look at a handful more cards here. And we got this trigger and one more from Winona. We'll get another creature into play here, and a final Winona trigger will be put on the stack. And our Winona player here in seat 4, amassing a very large creature quantity in order to deal damage here. Seem to be certainly a big threat, but certainly as well some combat damage will end up going through. And it looks like that'll be death to our Timna Dargo player from Winona. Not being able to block enough there. I mean, certainly worried about the ability of Timna Dargo to pop off, so I understand the prioritization of that player. But you know, Kefka still in the wings, Blue Farm still in the wings, can definitely make a comeback here, but this Winona player looking very scary, that's for sure. And you know, that if that's the speed of Winona, you know, in the format, it can definitely have some legs. It can shake some ground. Four mana on turn 2 with 3 attackers. It's certainly not an everyday effect for Winona, but it is how you draw it up. So with Nathaniel out handedly, our Dargo Timna player in seat 1, if this game does end up in a draw, or specifically goes to time, the current person that would go on to the finals is Juan in seat 2 in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. They will untap, and we're going to see what is going on here with those players, our remaining 3. And here's a Felwar Stone. If you're just joining us here, we are in Top Cut action, semi-final round of our MindBreak Magic cEDH tournament. If you've been here all day, we appreciate it. But if you're just joining us, we have a very great matchup. Very cool Winona, absolutely terrorizing the table. But a volatile Storm Drake comes down and is threatening to put an end to all that. Volatile Storm Drake does allow you to exchange control of a creature an opponent controls with it, and it does give you 4 energy, so you can take a 4 CMC creature. I'm not too sure if you would want to take the Winona here. Maybe even something like the Harmonic Prodigy is really good to take. Taking the Winona doesn't necessarily stop the Winona player, but having cards in your hand does enable you to win the game. Kefka here is threatening to absolve both players of that, but with Winona being in play, it doesn't really matter. Now both players are in a lot of trouble to the Kefka player. Winona comes into the battlefield under the control of Juan, our Blue Farm player, Tim Necrom, bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And they're just going to pass after the volatile Storm Drake play. So a lot of power, a lot of damage on board in the top right for our Winona player, but 2 Kefka triggers coming your way, courtesy of Kefka Attack plus Harmonic Prodigy, doubling triggered abilities of Shamans and Wizards. So we'll see where that goes from here. Looks like we're just going to go straight to attacks, as Austin, our Kefka player in the top left, will untap. Take their turn, go straight to attacks. Going to attack our Blue Farm player. We're going to discard before combat damage, because that is an attack trigger. And it looks like Professional Facebreaker. I don't believe that Jordan has any cards in hand. So that will just be Professional Facebreaker, Arcane Signet for 2 cards, and second trigger will be Flusterstorm and Creature, which will be 2 draw spells. So again, a huge swing in card advantage. The Kefka player certainly advantaged in that aspect, in card parity. It looks like the Winona player is actually advantaged there. 5 mana, what do you do with it in the post-combat main phase for Kefka is the question. Need to be able to deal with the Winona player, but putting a win on the stack might just be as good as we see Alliance Eye Diamond hit the field. We'll have to see where that goes from here. Can't really see any of the cards in hand right now. But solace in the fact that Kefka is likely not going to trigger for the rest of the game. But we'll continue to play this out. The Kefka player, again, massive card advantage over the rest of the players. The rest of the players have 0 cards in hand. The Kefka player has about 1 million, but it might not matter. Here's 3 mana. We're going to float a colorless, it looks like, off the Soul Ring. Here's 1 and blue or black. Let's see what they want to do here. And it looks like we're still floating some mana. Trying to figure out the best way to go about this. Well, here's a Tainted Pact. Tainted Pact is a pretty good way. It looks like in response to the Tainted Pact, we'll activate. We'll use Lion's Eye Diamond in order to discard the hand. I'm not sure where that goes from here. Maybe just Tainted Pacting for the breach. But needing to discard the hand here in order to get the 3 mana. But Tainted Pact into breach with a Badlands and an Undercity Sewers. The Surveil blue-black land in play. A lot of cards in the graveyard, and then potentially second Tainted Pact for Thassa's Oracle if that's not already in the hand. If that is already in the hand, or maybe not even Thassa's Oracle, maybe like Wheel or Brain Freeze could also get you there. Looks like just a Mystical Tutor on top and a handful of other cards. Mental Misstep among them. Washi Tong. Now it looks like we're Tainted Pacting. Let's see if it will be a breach. Ideally, going for it here, you need to not lose both Wheel and Brain Freeze in order to get the breach out. Looks like we're pausing on the Ad Nauseam. We'll say bye. Necromancy. Yogg-Will among these cards. Lotus Petal. Ghostly Flicker. We have a handful of cards here. They're just enablers for the deck. There's Wheel of Fortune, but no breach, so no Brain Freeze yet, although Brain Freeze, looks like that was Brain Freeze. It's the Kaito variant of Brain Freeze, so potentially no way to continue milling yourself if you would like to continue fueling. However, if you are able to get to a breach, you could Tainted Pact for the Thoracle, you could Tainted Pact afterwards to the last card in your library and then cast the Thoracle. There's a few ways around this here, but looks like we're going deep for breach. Exiling Thoracle is probably what will stop this, if anything. Fey Mastermind, a couple of lands, we've got a Chain of Vapor. Now we're going 30, 40, 50 cards deep, Force of Will as it goes. Not a lot of interaction here at the table. Interaction's already been used, that's Volatile Stormdrake. And it looks like we found breach. So all those cards will stay exiled, but you know what card is not exiled? That's right, it's Thassa's Oracle. Breach and will exile, but we're going to have to manually do this. It is certainly possible for this player to win here. We have the 1 and 1 off the LED and the Soul Ring in order to cast a Tainted Pact. So here we go, back for LED, exiling 3 irrelevant cards. We're going to crack the LED probably for triple black if I were to take a guess. And then Tainted Pact again all the way down for a... Oh, we're just going to go LED part 2. And LED part 2, exiling 3 cards. Cracked again. We'll give some amount of colored mana. We're not sure yet. But we'll go blue. So 1 black, 1 red. Tainted Pact. I would imagine that this is about all she wrote. So 3 cards, exile the Tainted Pact. We're going to go get a Thassa's Oracle. So all the lands, or all the mana needed has already been cast with cards still left in the graveyard. So LED can, in fact, be removed here for the payment for Thoracle, if necessary. So it's important to get that out because Tainted Pact's going to put the card in the hand, and you don't want to have to cast it. And it looks like our players are saying that's all it. That's all she wrote. We're going to have our seat number 3, Kefka, Austin Mender, advance all the way to the finals. So great job from Austin there. That was really sick to see, actually. I had a great time. Uh, the forethought in order to um, cast the LED before the Tainted Pack, knowing that you're going to get a card that's going to go in your hand, you have to be able to cast it immediately, is certainly not something difficult, but it is something that could slip your mind. A tournament setting, high leverage moment, you know you got the game in your hand, but you still need to calm down, you need to focus on the win. That's just what Austin showed us that he could do. So Austin is a 7-point player with a win and 2 draws on the day, coming in at 7th in Swiss. They'll be punching their ticket directly to the finals. So we watched a really good win. We really appreciate everyone being here and hanging out all day if you've been here, or if not, I hope you enjoyed that semifinal stream. We will be going to a break, and then after the second semifinal match, there are 2 semifinal pods because it's a top 10. Our first, second seed get first, second seat in the finals directly. So after our second semifinals is over, we will come back and we will give you live tournament coverage of the finals directly. So please stay tuned, and thank you guys for watching. All right, Magic fans, thank you for being here all the way to the finals of our first MindBreak Magic cEDH event here, hosted at Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia. And we right now have a finals match scheduled, ready to go. Everybody's got their hands ready, their mulligans resolved, they're ready to start the game. So they're itching to get going. We aren't going to stop them too much, so we're going to go ahead and bring you live. All right, we got all of our players in order. We have our first seat down there in the bottom right. It is a Krom Rayhan, last of the Abzan. That is our #1 Swiss seed winner, Brandon. And then in seat 2, we have Dalton on, looks like Rogsai. Very familiar deck list for a lot of avid cEDH players. And we're going to go ahead and kick it off here. I'll keep talking with you. We're going to start with a City of Traders. Looks like Signet, Mox Opal, Lion's Eye Diamond. Here's 2 mana. And looks like a tutor. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Exile a card, and it's going to go over to a Rogsai player, Dalton. Again, #2 in our Swiss seeding over here on Rogsai. Here's a Marsh Flats and a Fetch. We're going to see what they're going to go get. A lot of partner commanders here, taking up a lot of space. There is no doubt to the strength of the partner commanders, but there's also not a doubt to our Kefka player and their abject strength. In the fact that they've been able to make it all the way into our finals pod after a strong showing inside of our filmed feature match semifinal, which was incredibly strong off the back of Winota taking out the Turbo player at that point. Kind of left the door open for Kefka to find some good cards with some card advantage as we go Dark Ritual off of a Marsh Flats Fetch. And is that Necro Dominance? So we'll go ahead and play that. And let's see, we'll go land, Dark Ritual, Necro Dominance, Roger. And it looks like we might go to the end step to pay any amount of life, draw that many cards. The maximum hand size will be 5 off of the Necro Dominance. So to the threat of everyone else at the table, the Rogsai player is doing what Rogsai players do and going incredibly fast, fixing the hand, Necro Dominance. So drew 5 cards. I think they had 5 cards in hand prior to, so going to go down 5 more cards for a maximum hand size of 5. But then exile a handful of cards here as we see those get discarded. So we'll have to see where that ends up. And we got a great finals match for you again. Our 1 and 2 seed, our bottom right, bottom left in that order, Brandon and Dalton, worked their way up through Swiss, collecting points in our top 10 base format. 2 wins and 2 draws for Brandon, and 2 wins, 2 losses for Dalton. So again, another strong showing here. With the top 10, we wanted to make sure that our players were incentivized to do all they could to win the game, as we got some discards here. Windfall, Beseech the Mirror, land among them. And those will be discarded directly into exile because of Necro Dominance. And we'll go ahead and go back over to our Blue Farm player, Tim Necrom. Chris, up there in 3rd seat, won his semifinal round. After 2 wins in Swiss and some opponent match percentage, match win rate percentage, put him outside of the top 2. Was able to make quick work of the finals, or correction, make quick work of the semifinals, as was our Kefka player up in the top right. So both decks, both semifinal players having a very strong showing in their respective pods. And looks like it will be a Polluted Delta fetch. And it looks like that we'll fetch off the Polluted Delta into a volcanic island. We'll go Soul Ring. And a pass of the turn. All the way back over to our Kefka player. So already in this game we've had a whole lot going on as our Rogside player looks to be paying 30 life. I don't really see what's going on there. Everyone drew past. So our Kefka player went Arid Mesa go. Our seat 1 Brandon down there in your bottom right went go, a draw go. And now we're in the bottom left hand corner. Our seat 2 Dalton on Rogside played City of Traders, then went to the end step and has paid 30 life with Necro Dominance. So he's going to keep the best 5 cards out of the 30 he just dragged off the top. And a lot has happened this game. The Ristic City you see exiled in the bottom right hand corner ate the Mindbreak trap from the top left player Chris on Tim Necrom. We got the Necro Dominance has already seen 5 cards from it, and now we're looking at another 30 here on the end step. So let's see what's going to be able to happen here. There is certainly a Underground Sea and a City of Traders in play for our Rogside player Dalton. I will say, in terms of the strengths of everything here, everything is pretty well balanced. I mean, Rogside certainly being the turbo player at the table, but let's not count out Blue Farm. Let's not count out Kefka, but even Crom Rayhan being able to be abused with the counters that gets moved around. It's still very, very strong. I mean, that scene by Brandon winning his very first 2 games that he sat down and played. So on his way to the finals, it was a pretty quick trip. And it looks like we're trying to keep 5 cards here, excuse me, for our seat 2 player Dalton. And I'm not sure that we're going to have anything relevant be exiled. If there is, we'll try to pick it out, as I'm sure they will be very clear on what they're discarding in the exile from Necropotence. But also, they're still in the end step, so there's nothing saying that they need to go to cleanup right now to discard. They can still be in the end step. So at the beginning of the end step, you can pay life, draw cards, but your maximum hand size is 5. You don't discard until you go to the cleanup. So that is the power of cards like Necro Dominance, cards like Necropotence. Being able to attack the table at instant speed from any amount of cards in the format that receive regular play. I mean, a Valley Flood Caller, a Born Upon a Wind. There's a large portion of it that would be able to see, but going down to 5 life is certainly threatening when you're staring across 2 Croms on the board and one that looks like it's pretty close to hitting down there in the bottom right. But let's not count out Chris in the top left, his ability to cast his Crom get that in play. Volcanic Island was already searched up, so got the specific duel for that commander's color pairing. We'll have to see where that goes from there. Again, it does look like Dalton will be going to the cleanup and discarding some cards into exile rather than trying to abuse being in the end step at instant speed. That might not be possible, of course, but you know, that's sort of what you hope for when you're playing cards like Necrodominus, Necropotence. You're hoping for the ability to sort of attack at that instant speed, those flash enablers, and be able to win yourself the game in that way. I think sort of, you know, definitely some leniency here with the players. I mean, 30 cards in hand is certainly a lot. So we have the players with a large amount of time here. They are under a 150 minutes time restriction. That is 2.5 hours. So we can be here for a while. We will be locked in, bringing you tournament coverage here. And if you're just joining us, we are in the finals at MindBreak Magic cEDH tournament, hosted here at Tricky's Cards and Games. And looks like we're going to the cleanup. So calling the weak, deflecting SWAT, defense grid, fluster, looks like a silence, wheel. I saw an ad nauseum, MindBreak trap, final fortune, pact, gamble. Handful of cards there discarded directly into exile because of Necrodominance into the cleanup step. But the best 5 from what was found among them has been kept by our Rockside player. So here we go. Here's a land, here's a fetch, and we're going to see what goes on. What our blue farm Timna Krom player is going to be doing. Looks like a plateau there. And again, if you like another look at some of those cards discarded into exile, look at the bottom right. And ad nauseum. I mean, there's some heavy hitters right there for what has already been exiled under Necrodominance. But when you're trying to win the game, you're trying to win the game. You know, you can't be faffing around with 5 mana spells if you got 3 mana and a Necrodominance. Here's 3 mana from Chris, Wheel of Fortune. And we got a handful of players with something to think about in. I mean, certainly the Rockside player, after crafting the best 5 that they have, is certainly inclined to keep here. Our Kefka player looks like they have an immediate response, though, so we'll go Arid Mesa Crack. And it looks like they might be shortcutting a little bit with what looks to be an Enlightened Tutor to the top. So we'll see what our blue farm player is going to go ahead and get there with that Enlightened Tutor. And it looks like a Lotus Petal will be the Enlightened Tutor target. So yeah, I definitely expect a big fight over this. The Necrodominance in the play, crafting the hand of Rogsai is definitely not wanting to be wheeled. Again, crafting those 5 cards. Our Kefka player certainly has already indicated that they are not happy with this Wheel of Fortune cracking the Arid Mesa in response. Maybe just to draw the land out that they're looking to grab, but I would imagine it's likely something more response heavy, should we say. Here we go. And it looks like Wheel of Fortune, yep. Our Rockside player did in fact have an insane hand there. We got Fierce Guardianships discarded, and that Wheel of Fortune will go through. So certainly not happy is the Rockside player about exiling their Thassa's Oracle and one of the 2-card Monty win cons there, and Tainted Pact, I believe. It's just going to be a Lotus Petal and a pass of the turn, so potentially bringing a Crom down next turn with the 5 mana available, but we'll pass on over to Kefka over there in the top right. That's our seat 4. And that'll be Mana Vaults. For the Volcanic Island, we'll go 4 Mana Vault plus Lotus Petal. Here's the One Ring. One Ring, obviously, very powerful Magic card. In the context of the format, there's certainly no argument there. Orcus Bowmaster in response to the draw, it looks like. And maybe just trying to shoot the Rog side player a handful of times, which would be huge. Certainly no creatures on the battlefield for Kefka. No reason to be going face at 40 and 38 life. But there is something to be said that maybe the Rog side player just kind of isn't in this game anymore. So maybe you don't even target them. Maybe you just start shooting Kefka or Blue Farm player, but we will get the ETB that will deal 1 to our Rock side player, Dalton, down in the bottom left-hand corner. And then second off of the draw from the One Ring. Well, I guess if the One Ring resolves, you can't target the Kefka player anyways. They do have protection from everything. Here we go with the Lion's Eye Diamond. Maybe time to manual this out. Nope, value Lion's Eye Diamond and pass. This will pass back on over to our seat 1 player. This is the first turn of turn 3 in the turn cycle. Here comes 3 damage. And we're going to flash in a Demonic Consultation. Well, not flash in, but we'll cast Demonic Consultation, I guess. So the 3 mana here on the attacks from our bottom right player. Yep, that will eliminate our bottom left player, our number 2 seed Dalton. After 2 wins on the day, his night, shall I say, ends early here in the finals. But a top 4 nonetheless is huge. As we go into the post-combat main phase, our seat 1 player. Again, this is the first turn of turn 3 in the turn cycle. And we'll have 2 off the Ancient Tomb. Let's see what Brandon wants to do with it here. Crom Rayhan. And here comes an Ancient Tomb, so that's why we're flipping the mana there from the City of Traders. COT will sacrifice itself when you play another land. Here's 1. Dark Red. Start with a Dark Red is always a terrifying statement, but we'll add 3 black into the mana pool. And here's 2 more. Take 2 damage down to 38. That puts 4 in here. Here's an Ad Nauseam maybe. Wouldn't surprise me. And we're going to use the Mox Opal for red. Use some more mana. Here's more on the rock. And it looks like Wishclaw Talisman is the card. We're going to activate Wishclaw Talisman. And then we're going to go, and looks like we have Ad Nauseam mana. So if there are no counter spells here, which, not going to lie, doesn't seem like that here. From our other players, so And the Wishclaw Talisman again, which was just cast by our Seat 1 player, Brandon. This is the first turn of the turn 3 cycle. And we talked all day long about the advantage that being Seat 1 puts you, which is why it was so important for our players to play so strongly in Swiss, as we have an Underworld Breach cast on the stack. And it looks like Chris wants to respond. Here's Crack the Lotus Petal for a Swan Song, targeting Underworld Breach. And it looks like the Underworld Breach will receive the counter spell. And it looks like that will just be the end of the turn. We'll let the rest of the mana fizzle, and that will go back over to our top left-hand corner player on Blue Farm, Tim Necrom. Chris untaps with the Wishclaw Talisman. I could imagine that Brandon would not think it was going to go to anyone else's turn when he gave that Wishclaw away to Chris. Let's not forget about the Orcus Bowmaster in play, and let's also not forget about the protection that the One Ring grants from our Kefka player, but as we see a Voice of Victory on the stack. And we're getting to an interesting, this is only turn 3. If you were not encapsulated in the intricacies of this game, I don't know what else this game can give you. We're having a great time here in turn 3. A lot of things have already happened. We've already had a player die, searching for the win through Necrodominance, but a wheel put them out of the game. We have a One Ring protecting one player, 2 players fighting over each other on who's going to win the game first. Underworld Breach being countered has opened up the door. You would think that if Brandon did have a counter spell, he would have used it on that Swan Song, or at least a counter spell able to be cast right now. With Voice of Victory being the first spell, if even that counter spell is MindBreak Trap, there is no way for Brandon to cast it, as Voice of Victory will hit the field. And here goes his own Wishclaw Talisman. Passed on back to Brandon. And two mana in play for our Blue Farm player up in the top left. Voice of Victory in play. Wishclaw Talisman activated, passed back over to its owner, Brandon, in the bottom right. And we'll see where that goes from here. We'll get the tutor. We'll see what the play is, what the plan is. Chris will say, I'm grabbing this card. And we're going to see how far that can take him. We'll go ahead and probably shortcut a fetch here, it looks like. Looks like maybe a Verdant Catacombs. Those Expedition lands all look the same to me. So we'll go ahead and fetch that at the same time. Just go ahead and shortcut a little bit. No harm, no foul. And it will be a cut of the deck here. Chris will proceed through his turn. That fetch land went ahead and got Underground Sea, so here's the Lion's Eye Diamond, and we might see a little repayment in kind with an Underworld Breach. It is possible. Underworld Breach. Here's Reign of Filth. Everything stacks for a black. All the lands that Chris controls up there in the top left, so we'll see where that goes here. Maybe sort of Tainted Pact looking for something. Here goes 2 lands, it looks like, for double black. And 1 more. We'll make Intuition. In response to Intuition, crack the Lion's Eye Diamond, discard the hand, Deflecting Swats, and second card in there. Looks like Intuition makes 3 mana, so with the 2 mana available, really there's an extra mana available because Reign of Filth has resolved on this battlefield. Volcanic Island, will be able to sack for a black, netting an additional mana. Even something like cEDH Reclamation being put in the graveyard is not too big of an issue here, but it looks like we're going to get cEDH. If I were to take a guess, it's probably cEDH Reclamation, Underworld Breach, and Thassa's Oracle. You can still manually get there with Wheel of Fortune. You can also use Brain Freeze here instead of having to risk going to get Thassa's Oracle. But looks like Mana Vault will be the play here. Just sort of safer, I think, on mana, being able to sack the black sack the Volcanic Island for black, cast the Mana Vault, and go and get the cEDH Rec back. But Voice of Victory resolved. This game is looking like a wrap. Brain Freeze received. Brain Freeze likely to the hands. Well, I guess there is no red. There's no red floating. So we'll see. Yeah, and that'll be the game here. I think we'll just go ahead and scoop it up. So yeah, the three card combination from Intuition of Brain Freeze, cEDH Reclamation, and Underworld Breach. You know, post resolve Voice of Victory. Chris did a really good job finding out what the counterspell suite was from his opponents. Kefka having nothing from the opponents, Brandon's Underworld Breach. And he did a good job baiting it out and figuring what would end up being the case here. But without the mana, Chris isn't going to be able to do a whole lot without the red. That Intuition pile is certainly dangerous, and he did a good job putting himself in that position, but without the ability to have red mana there, definitely put him in a spot. Which is why it's so hard. It's so hard in order to figure out what you want to crack the LED for, because again, they can just give Underworld Breach in that moment. And we'll go back to our Kefka player Austin and go back to their turn. And he's gonna. I mean, if our player Austin here can push for the win, that would be huge. You know that Brandon doesn't really have a counterspell, but has a Wishclaw Talisman. Chris went ahead and fizzled, has one card in hand, and it's Underworld Breach. And again, Chris did a really good job sort of predicting where the counterspell suite lied on the table, but without the red, that was a little tough there. So how can our Kefka player manage? Again, another value LED that was played last turn. Here's an Ancient Tomb. 2 cards have already been drawn off of the One Ring. Yep, here goes Breach. I'm not sure about a tutor spell in the graveyard off of the Wheel of Fortune, but here's the 3rd Breach of the game, and this is great. We had Brandon down there in the bottom right-hand corner going for a Breach that got Swan Song. No counter spells available, so that was the end of that turn. We went over to Chris up there in the top left, who cast Intuition and ended up not having the red to be able to pay for the Breach that got put in hand, and Austin winning with his own Breach line himself up there in the top right. And our lowest seeded player in seat 4, if they say that the seat 1 wins them all, then Austin has pulled off a miracle today. Against all odds, bubbled into the top cut, won the semifinal game, an extra game that 2 of the players at this table did not have to play, and then won from 4th seat. It was a masterclass of the right time, right place. Certainly that there were some things that worked for him, but if that can work for our big Kefka player, Austin Mender, you know, that's how you pick up a win. Picking up the win in the semifinal put him in that position in order to be able to in order to get lucky in the rounds, in the finals. So, even though that was the case here, still a good 4-seat victory from Austin, and he will be our winner, our champion of our first ever MindBreak Magic cEDH event. You're just watching. You missed a pretty entertaining match, a pretty goofball match, I will say. But looks like we had our seat 4 on Kefka, Austin Mender, correct some of the mistakes that some of the other players made. Our seat 1 Brandon, he was not able to have a counterspell backup for his breach line. Our 3rd seed player Chris was not prolific enough in keeping his mana available and did not have a red for the breach that was given off of intuition. And then Austin just went ahead and cleaned it up and said, I'll do my own breach line. We'll make it 3 for 3. So that's how this one ends here. But we appreciate everyone hanging out, being with us. Maybe we can get some words for our champion before we go and end stream. So I'm going to go talk to him, see if he wants to come on in here. And but we'll be right back in just a short moment, and then we'll end the stream here. But I appreciate everybody who is here today or who's been here watching on stream. You guys are awesome, and we appreciate all the support. So let's go get Austin, see if we can't talk to him. All right, here we are back again, talking with our champion right here, Austin Mender. Austin, good job scooping up the win.
Twice in a row.
Yeah. I mean, certainly you put yourself in that position by being
doing nothing.
Well, you put yourself in position by being there.
That's true.
Winning the semifinal match was something that 2 other players didn't have to do. Might have got them out of their groove. You had to fight all day for the wins that you got, but. Yeah, I mean, I can understand not doing a whole lot and oops, I winning. But yeah, putting yourself in that position was really good. And, it was good play seeing you the whole time.
Yeah.
Semifinal match was good too. How worried were you when both players went for a breach line? Because I saw you value LED. And so I knew that you had something.
We're talking about the last game?
Yeah, the finals game.
That one wasn't really value LED. It was putting out an LED before someone could play an Esper or something that draws off of it, just to get it on the table.
Yeah.
As well as I had a Pact in my hand, so it's just like kind of looking towards getting mana to pay for it in case I need to use it. But then I was able to draw. I drew Ancient Tomb and the Breach on the last 2 cards of the One Ring draw. So I was like, oh, this is just.
Oh, so that put you there.
Yeah, it literally put me there to put that. It was funny, too, because the ring was, at that point, just screwing me. Because the Wishclaw Talisman targets, so both times the Wishclaw had to not target me, one of the 3 remaining players. So the Wishclaw went to Chris, because he couldn't give it to me, which would have been great, and it wouldn't have given Chris the ability to win. Yeah. And then when Chris gave it away, he gave it away again, and I still couldn't get it.
Yeah.
Which is whatever, but the ring... It came back. The ring decided to give me the cards I needed to win. That's nice.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that being the reason why they couldn't have given it to you, but for the protection. Yeah. But that definitely makes sense. It does just target an opponent. Well, congrats on the win, man.
Thank you.
That was a big win. And we'll go ahead and get you on out of here, and we'll end the stream off here.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
All right, well, that will do it for our first ever MindBreak Magic cEDH event. Again, Austin sort of lucking himself into it, but putting himself in the right position, casting the cards, casting the One Ring, and also being there in 4th seat. was able to capitalize on the mistakes. Brandon not being able to present counterspell backup with his win, and our Rockside player killing themselves with the Necro Dominance and getting forced out of it from the Wheel of Fortune. Our Blue Farm player Chris not being able to keep open red mana for the Underworld Breach. So that will be all. That's it. That's the end of the tournament here. But we appreciate everyone coming out. If you've been watching with us, we appreciate you being here, being in chat. Zeus was here, Chris was here a little bit earlier. A lot of people have been here chatting. So I really appreciate all of the love and support that we got. This is our first event that we're running, and we'd like to do some more. But we're going to go ahead and end it off here. So thank you again to Tricky's Cards and Games for giving us the store in order to host it. Thank you to all the players that came out. We had 28 players, and at the end of the day, we had one winner. So if you'd like to join us here at Tricky's Cards and Games in Kathleen, Georgia, feel free to pop on by. But otherwise, that's going to be it for me, Daniel Darity, for everyone here at MindBreak Magic. We appreciate you guys watching, and we hope to see you again soon.